Hi everyone. Good morning. I hope you're all right. It seems like okay. Here's a fun story. I was meant to go live at 1 p.m. That's about 5 minutes ago. And I hit go live around 12:58. But for like 4 minutes, OBS said I was live, but Twitch wasn't registering it. So something has happened to my OBS. I've just realized my bits of my layout are missing. There's meant to be a chat display up here. Hold on, let me this is not this is alarming. I should have checked. I restarted OBS. I thought everything would be good. It's not all good. I'm Where did my chat go? Let me switch to my art screen. Oh, my chat's gone as well. Oh, maybe it's not Twitch's, not sorry, OBS's issue. Maybe it's Stream Elements, cause Stream Elements is still the one controlling my chat layout. So okay, let's have a little let's have a fun little chat. I can read things off my phone first. Ooh, okay. Well, we figured that out. Let's look at podium. Bach, congrats on first. Letty, congrats on second. And Dochmaster, congrats on third. Thank you everyone for the snacks again. And yeah, Bach, have a good dinner. Oh, Twitch and OBS being buggy. When has that ever happened? I don't know if OBS itself exploded. Like what? In the past 24 hours? Because I know last night okay now we've had a huge problem with Steam and OBS. Where is I might have to go pop into my Stream Elements real quick to get my chat back. Let's go come here, right? Let's come here. I'm gonna check out my emote overlay. If emote rain's broken, it might be an issue with OBS as a whole. Ah, receiving external browser sources and not so much Stream Elements problems. I think it may be that. That's not good. That's where I get my chat from. Huh. Oh, Nem, welcome in. Thanks for the snack. This is funny. This is funny. Where is I do not want to restart stream, but I also want chat. I may do okay. We're gonna have to do it a bit silly mode. I'm going to get it off my mix it up screen instead. It won't capture everything, but it's not gonna look different as well from my what's that what from my general stream elements. It looks like everything's broken today, so emote rain is as well, but we'll have to live with it. We'll have to live with it. That's okay. Last things happen. OBS exploded for Rokena last night as well, so it's what it's, you know. We live with these things. Maybe I should have double checked earlier, but it's okay. We live and learn. Um. Oh, okay. The margins between chat messages is a bit bigger on Mix It Up as well, so it's not gonna fit as nicely as my usual chat, but that's okay. Okay, at least you can see messages now. Oh, good God, is it not going to update for me? Okay, no, emotes are just static. When we've got emotes are just static on the Mix It Up screen, so it's okay. We live with that. We live with that. Let me test just to make sure that it can still receive messages. Apologize for that. Let me. Does it update? Ah, 'cause, 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 ' That's not good. 1 minute. Very good. Scuff, scuff, scuff. Yep. Scuff. Let me reset something real quick. I I don't know what's wrong with all my browser sources, but alas, it's what it's. Is it a VTuber stream without Scuff? You're so right, Nem. It's never a complete stream without Scuff. We need to have a weekly Scuff. Monday? No, last Monday? Was it this Monday? Last Monday. Thankfully, not a lot of people were in yet. But my tablet stopped working a good 5 minutes before stream and I didn't realize whatsoever. Okay, let me send another test message just to see if it moves now. Okay. We can see the messages update. That's good, that's good. It's cropped a bit funny. I think it's because of the way messages come in from Mix It Up. It ends up. I'm gonna have to send another one just to test my theory real quick. Okay, okay, that's good, that's good. We are seeing new messages pop in. Okay. Stuff happens, I'll have to... Alright. My bad, my bad. Huh. Huh. You know what? It's fine, it's fine. We live with it. It's gonna look a little silly compared to the usual, but we live with it. Suddenly, Daft Punk? Oh my god, wait, no, did you guys hear that? Oh no. If I'm getting sick, I better do it fast and recover by Saturday. I have had a dry cough for the past week and I have no clue why. One more thing. My chat dock is missing. I usually use the OBS chat, like pop up, and then I pin it to my screen so I can read it from the drawing from the drawing tablet as well. And after I reset, it's just gone. I reset my docs and I can't find it. So like the scuff is real, the scuff is wild. I'm gonna have to read it off my phone, I guess. Ah, sorry. No, it's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'm not sure exactly why. I think it's a remnant of the last time I was ill, which is it's not fun. It's not fun, but I think there's nothing severe left anymore. Hold on, nothing's working great for me. My Clip Studio Paint is bugging out. I think it might be something to do with my memory usage right now. So if it gets too bad, I will hide my hand, cause that tends to help it a little bit. I'm so sorry for the scuff. But alas, shit happens when you hit going live. Where's my chat? Blame Windows, you're right. You're so right, Letty. I'm so... Hold on, okay, I'm so bored. I'm so... Okay, we're gonna yap a little bit. How was everyone's day? I had... Okay, I may be biting off more than I can chew with this one, but I re-promoted my Halloween Your Character Here thing, and I did get an order for it, so I've got to get that done by the end of October. So, may have bitten off more than I can chew. I'm quite sure it's the last one I'll have to do, and I'm happy that I'm getting orders for it. I'm quite sure they're coming in from. They are coming in from. What's that word? VGen itself, yes. VGen rather than off my social media, which I find really cool. Time to grind art, then essay. Ooh, okay. All the best, Zoj Master. I hope you have a productive time with art, and I know you've said, what, 3K word essay? Letty says you can put your order on the back burner if you need to. No worries, I'll keep going at it. I'll do bits of it every day. Because the YCH is on one I can do live, but yours is something I can do live, so I'll dedicate about an hour or two to it a day. And then I'll absolutely grind out my YCH. Okay, let me go to an instrumental playlist because I'm gonna start talking a lot more now. Right, yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of talking in this art stream. But that's cause I have had. Hey, let me pull up the touhou lo-fi. Yes. I really appreciate it, Letty, though. It's really sweet of you, but yes, I can keep going at it. I believe in myself too. Your dad was, oh no, after the Chinese tractor, you went into a coma. Oh no. First of all, that's gonna make, okay, let me make my, ah, okay, I think these are as long as my messages will get, so we can, okay, and I'll bring my tablet back out. We can live with this. This is gonna make absolutely no sense. Yesterday in Okina's stream, uh, Okina's stream broke, so we all went into the Discord and we played Jackbox together, and Chinese Tractor was born, to keep it short and simple. Chinese Tractor was born. There's some Jackbox, yeah. I love Jackbox. I don't have the game. I've only ever played it with Okina and the Apothecary server. Letty says, keep this a secret. Letty, this will be saved into a vault. If it's a secret, if this is a secret, you can DM, you were okay. Oh, you were Ocean. It wasn't Melon. Oh my god. Okay. I figured you were Oceana. I figured. Because Melon wasn't Oceana. Melon took a good 10 minutes to go, hey, there's two Oceana. So I immediately knew it wasn't her. And I had my suspicions it was you because everyone else there had their names in chat except Melon. Sorry, names in the game except Melon. Yeah. Oh god, okay, my music's in the way now. I hope you're feeling a bit better after your coma. Yeah. That's not a good sign. It's a sign that you're falling ill. I really hope you get well soon. Especially since you said it's your vacation week, isn't it? Kinda sucks to be ill during that. So that's all. Can we all get well soon in chat for Letty? And wish her a speedy recovery. Speaking of that, yes. Due to Letty unwell, which unfortunately Letty was blamed by God. Absolutely blamed by God. Oh, my hand's in the way. Blasted by God. Karaoke stream will be postponed. It won't be tonight anymore, unfortunately. It will probably be next week. Oh, hi Vivi. Thanks for the snack. I hope you have a good sleep. Thanks so much for dropping by. Letty still has tonight tomorrow. Still at work? Okay. Okay. But that still kind of sucks being sick and at work. Let's hope that does not interfere with recovery. Yeah. Okay. Wait, hold on. Huh? Okay, my clip studio should be fixed now. Oh, and thanks for the snack. That's midnight for you. Yeah, have a good sleep. Thanks so much for dropping by. Okay, skipping this, it's got words. Okay, you can see this drawing has been up on screen. We've got a few things I want to do today. If you are resting, sleeping, grinding out your work, feel free to lurk along. But I've had an idea for a video that I wanted to do. I was thinking of branching out into video content as well. Cause I kind of always wanted to make YouTube videos. I've just never had a thing to talk about. But since I started streaming, I realized I have a shit ton of things to talk about. If it's too bad at the end of Letty's shift, she'll tell your boss. She'll tell her boss she's not coming in. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself. But okay, this is something that I've wanted to make into either a short or long. Yeah, let's just leave it there. Not short or long video. They call it YouTube Shorts now, so there's shorts and there's longs. Probably both in some way. I drew this like last month on stream, and I don't really like that piece. I don't really like this piece. I have spent a month away from it because I was thinking like, oh, okay, maybe it's just the effect where I don't like the work I do in general. Give it a month's time, I'll come back and I'm like, yeah, this was perfectly fine. Because that happens sometimes. I just spend too long looking at something and I hate it, but then I look at it again and I know it's completely fine. I was just getting sick of looking at it. That's not the case for this one. I've spent a couple days thinking about it on and off, and I think I've identified what's wrong with it. So, first things first, context. This is part of a series I'm doing of touhou chibis, where I'm just drawing characters as chibis and then they'll be made into stickers, which I sell at conventions. Hence the thing above my head. If you're in Singapore and you'll be around on the 27th and 28th, I'll be boothing at EOY. You can drop by and say hi if you wanna. But yes, I have had a series of touhou chibis. This is one of them. I don't really like it. Now, let me switch over to my tablet and I'll start annotating stuff. Right? Bit more context. We can see, hold on, my mic's now my mic's a bit far away from my face because I've moved away from my screen. Hold on, real quick. Let me move it back over. Okay, yes. Mic moved. Okay. Oh no, I just realized without the Twitch dot I won't be able to see reliably when ads are starting. Oops. But that's okay. I apologize. We'll have to trust what my Mix It Up bot tells everyone. Okay, everyone's back from ads. Welcome back. Series of touhou chibis. Few things, right? First things first, I think the thing that I'm the least pleased about this is that I think it looks really stiff. So we'll get rid of the background temporarily so I can write my notes on it. Maybe I'll use black. Yeah, it's a bit thick of a font. One of my tool settings is missing and they got reorganized for me. That's what happened. No, that's wrong. It's down here. Yes. First major issue with this, I find its pose and its expression way too stiff. Nemesis soon? Ooh. Ooh, maybe end of this week even. If we look at the other touhou chibis that I've done, you'll see precisely what I mean. This one is... It uses this character Rumia's signature pose, right? Where her arms are outspread and she's kind of like facing the front a little bit. But I did it with a mirror tool the whole way through, like the symmetry tool, and I think that ended up making it too stiff. I tried to like have bits over here, right, where the wind was say blowing her ribbon, her skirt up. But I realized also, because everything was symmetry to first and then fixed later, I wasn't thinking about the piece and the flow as a whole, so I ended up with the wind going in kind of three directions, right? It's blowing here for her hair, and then it's blowing here for her clothes. Like, and that makes it look very strange. I know why. Logically, if I wasn't thinking about the flow of it, I would make this mistake because I mean, if you connect the arrows, right, it feels like it's going this way, but when you think about it, yeah, it's the wind's wrong direction. Probably end of next week. Oh, it's really soon. I need to be prepared for the redemption because it'll probably take up quite a bit of stream if I do it live. Yeah, this is one more thing. Where's my pen? Okay. I don't know if physics is the word for it, but we can just call it weird physics question mark. Going back to the too stiff thing, if we look at my other touhou chibis that I've done for the series, they're all relatively dynamic poses and expressions. So especially you see down here, Byakuren, she's in a very similar pose with both her arms outstretched, but because she's sort of flying and she's got her scroll over here, it's a lot more dynamic of a pose. Her hair is much more noticeably being moved by the wind. Her legs aren't mirrored either. She's kind of floating. Cherno over here is in a sort of similar pose where it's 2 feet on the ground and it's very symmetrical. But because there's a bit more personality to it, like throughout the whole thing, it feels like a confident kind of rooted. Whereas Rumia doesn't feel rooted in anything in a sense. She's just kind of standing like that. Whereas this feels like a very confident pose. This is just kind of there. Same thing with her expression. I ended up mirror tooling it. Thing is, okay, mirror and symmetry, there's nothing wrong with using them. There really isn't. And I don't think this in and of itself is a bad piece. Just as a series compared to everything else I've done, I feel like it's quite lacking. And if it's something that I want to sell and I want people to spend money on, I don't want it to be subpar. Par, of course, being something I have set for myself with these other pieces here and some other things. Yes, so that's why I wanted to change it. That's why I'm kind of in a not say rush. That's why I wanted to get it done a bit sooner than later because as you can see, again, over my head, convention in December, that means I will have to get stuff printed by start December. We're almost at November. I don't have a lot more time to draw work before we hit physical production. That reminds me, I do have Ace Attorney Shaker charms that I really need to send to production. But before I do that, I need to draw them. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. When I get around to that, oh god. My grades are so fucked. This is so funny. It's okay. We ball. I barely remember the papers I read for school. I barely remember my grades. I remember the bullshit that I was drawing like throughout the semester. Don't sis, bro. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We live. We live through these things. Okay. Yes. So that's what I had in mind. I think we are gonna at the very least sketch out a new pose today. A new pose and expression for the Rumia piece. And I'll probably get in the colored sketch and base colors before we maybe take a break to go work on some commissions and stuff. One more thing that I noticed, it's not as severe. Okay, not as severe. Not severe. It's not as big of an issue as the first 2 points, right? Because this is a piece of fanart. Rumia has her colors. These are her colors. It wasn't color picked. I went for very warm colors for her clothes, so her dress is black. But if we color pick it, we'll all see that it's a kind of a reddish brown. It's on the, all things considered, right? It is the cooler end of brown, but it's still brown. If you pick black, you can do like cool blacks, you know, it's like cool gray and all that. You can go for like a more purplish blue black. And given that she's a sort of creepy character that's associated very heavily with the nighttime, I think it was a mistake to go for the warm undertones. We should have gone for cool instead. So I want to draft in the base colors as well so we can rectify that. But yeah, now that I've kind of explained what I didn't really like about this piece, let me head over here and we'll start on drafting a new version of it. And afterwards we'll see, hold on, let me change the background color. And we'll see whether or not it was worth the effort. I'm not gonna go for symmetry tool first thing in anymore. I think that may be a mistake for me to avoid, not mistakes, a habit for me to avoid going forward. Like leading the sketch with symmetry tool. I think symmetry tool is extremely useful for when you need very precise proportions. So a VTuber model, a reference, you do need that kind of like same proportions and stuff, unless you're pretty good at like gauging and drawing stuff equally on both sides. I'm shit at it. Unless you're good at that, I think symmetry tool is perfectly fine, but leading a sketch with it may have been the issue. That's what led to everything feeling so static. I think we are going to keep Rumia's pose, however. I do think there is quite some merit to keeping it, especially because it's her signature pose. It may be a bit boring for people because it's what she's drawn in most frequently. It may be boring as a sticker, but I hope my style can carry. Thing is, I don't see a lot of Rumia merch in Singapore. That's also context that I'm keeping into account. Which says, honestly, real, I want to live by your mindset. I'm taking this to mean about school, right? Like, because I know bruh was in response to me like absolutely demolishing my GPA. I feel like this kind of ass pose, I use it all the time, and I hope it's not like boring. But I feel like it adds a lot more movement, and we'll be able to get some really cute movement into her skirt. One more thing before I forget. Another issue, not a huge one. Let me pull up red, right? Maybe not red, because she's already red. Let's do a bright green, sure. I tend to do my chibis in a 1 to 1 or 1.5 proportion. Lumia, yeah, fits the 1.5 quite well. I think the issue is that compared to a lot of the other touhou chibis, she just has like a lot of headspace. Like most of my touhou chibis, the eyes do hit the halfway point of their face, but I feel like just because of how much space there is on top of her bangs, her forehead looks like huge in comparison. So that's like a small proportion thing that I may want to fix. Yeah. Girl's big brain? Yeah. The only time in her life she'll be big brain. Oh my god, this okay. Cherno and Rumia are like depicted as friends a lot because they're in the same game together. Rumia's the first stage boss and Cherno's the second stage boss. And Rumia is extremely stupid and easy to defeat. This is a fun thing. She's a yokai of the night. She controls the darkness. However, she's so bad at her job that like she can only create a sphere of darkness around herself. But that also means that she can't see out of it. So she will fly around in daytime surrounded by darkness and then slam into trees and shit. Because she can't see out of it. It's the only time in her life she'll have a big brain. But yeah, I also wanted to do this before the next con, because Rumia is a lot more popular than I thought. Thing is, a lot of people have nostalgia towards the game she's in, because it was the first game that was available, Touhou game, available on Windows, and therefore she often becomes the first boss that people fight ever, and you do get attached to things like that. So in the Toho popularity poll and stuff, she's really high up because people just have fond memories of her. And let's be so for real, I think she's really cute as well. Because her design's pretty simple. Simple. I'm gonna pull up a reference right now actually, and then we can see the art that she appeared in. It's very cute, it's very simple. But I don't know, it's quite iconic. So yeah, let me just double check something actually. She doesn't, in her official art, she doesn't have frills at the bottom of her skirt, but I think if I can, I may add that as an addition because it's pretty common in fan works to give her a row of frills at the bottom of her skirt because it's cute. Okay. We're gonna have to leave it in with a black background because I think trying to magic wand it out's just gonna end up messing with the shape of her dress. So yeah, we got the same pose, we got the same pose. But now she's kind of S curving to the side, so it'll probably be less stiff, I hope. We may be able to make her look towards the right, our right a little bit. I'm gonna lean into the cute a little bit more. I want her to be cute and creepy still, but like I don't know, I feel like all the Toho chibis are pretty cute. Even some characters which are meant to be creepy end up looking super cute. So let's stick to that. We can just give her the same big wide-eyed stare. Oh, and then having her look straight into like essentially the camera may help. Okay. And then proportion wise, I think now it's a bit too big, especially the upper half of her body. So we're gonna just make adjustments to that. I'm gonna adjust her legs first actually, then we will just make everything smaller. Her arms also I think ended up a bit too long on this end. That's one more thing I did not check with the first chibi. I may have made her arms too long. I don't know. We can have them up a bit more actually. This, yeah, something like this where it's not a flat straight line across, and then it's like lowered here and raised on the other side. That's cute. Cute and a lot more dynamic. Yeah. I'll figure out her face in a while. Uh, I'm not sure what expression to give her still. Actually, this is cute. And then now the wind will be consistently blowing towards her left as well, following her move. Sorry, her right. No, her left, our right, following her movement. Why does her left, our right matter? Okay. It doesn't. It actually doesn't. It's just that I've been thinking about drawing a new model for myself recently. And normally when you rig stuff, when you save files and rig stuff, you save them and you base right and left on the characters right and left. So my ahoge would be pointing towards my left in my PNG model, but you guys, it's the tip of it, right? It points towards the left, but we see it on the right, stuff like that. My glasses chain, It's also on the left, but we see it as the right. I just need to like get that consistent. Because if not, it makes naming my folders and stuff messy. Okay, also, one more thing. Okay, one more thing. I tried quite hard to follow the official Zune artwork we see in the top left corner, which is cute and it has its charm and it's classic, but also Lumia isn't always depicted the way she is like physically in she is in that artwork. So she's got that like she got the Takami bangs going on, right? She got the grass cut, but she's not always depicted with it like that, and I feel like I tried too hard to stick to it, so her bangs ended up looking super stiff over here. Huh. I've just realized that my hand doesn't align to where my cursor is. It's taken me up until now. You know what? I don't think we're gonna need to see my layers anymore. This should fix it. This fixes it. Okay. I made Clip Studio a bit smaller so we could all see my layers, but then that meant the pen was out of sync. But that's okay. It's fixed now. I don't think we need to see the layers anymore. Yeah. Yeah, okay. She's normally, let me just look online a little bit and see what kind of bangs she's normally given. She's kind of given a more traditionally anime-ish cut with like a big. Let me just draw it out, right? Rather than try to describe it verbally for everyone and making it confusing. She's given more common anime bangs, like this kind. And I guess it's fine. I guess it's cute as well. Yeah, I think it works. Okay. Yeah, we'll make her hair fluffy, because it is really fluffy in the original art, and I find that really cute. And from the get-go, we'll have it blowing off in the wind. So I also wouldn't mind if I gave if this had the effect of her like twirling a little bit. You would think something like that would be cute, but that's not a big necessity. Her hair seems to be a bit shorter. I feel it's always depicted a bit shorter. And given the chibi proportions, she's got less neck to work with. So short hair very often ends up looking shoulder length. And sometimes for some characters that length the distinction in hair length is pretty important. So let me just see. I think over here it did manage to look shorter than shoulder length, but still. That disparity, the small disparity may be part of why I thought it looked a little off as a drawing of Rumia. There are honestly a lot of pieces I have that I could go around and um critique like that, like my own pieces, right? Because I'm not always happy with my art, but sometimes I feel pressured to post it anyway because I have nothing else to post, or like I drew it for merch and it was just a mad fucking crunch, and I didn't have time to redraw it before sending it off to print. I was like, fuck it, it looks good, it looks decent, passable. I'm not super satisfied by it, but we are not all perfect, and I just need to get work out. So there are other pieces like that. I don't think I'll redo stuff that I've already printed, not until the stock runs out. But yeah, okay. A ribbon in. Let me hide these. One more thing about chibis that I really enjoy, that I've come to learn how to do and really enjoy, it's that you need to be quite good at knowing what to ignore and what to exaggerate. I feel like sometimes when I'm drawing complex characters like Hoyo characters, I struggle with that because they've got so much fucking detail. And the Pretty Cure characters, oh boy. But yeah, exaggerating stuff. We got her funny ribbon, with the cherries on it. I think it's now in. It's now 1 to 1.5 proportion ish, closer to 1.5 than the 1.25 of the original. So I'm gonna shorten her torso a little bit and shorten her legs. And then it's not one continuous dress. Got a bit of a break here, which we could make this part show that undershirt. And quaff. Quaff. Now deciding, not deciding, figuring out the physics of the skirt will be fun. I'm not the best at drawing this, but I do enjoy it. Okay. This leg can be planted more firmly on the ground. I also realized that there's no, what's that word? She's got no official shoe design, if I'm not wrong. At least not one from this era. I think. You can go and see her in-game sprite. Oh, hi Okina, thanks for the snack. How are you? I'm gonna go see her sprite real quick to see if she's actually got an official shoe design. But last I checked, she didn't, so... Oh, okay. It's... Oh no, that's from... Huh? Is this fan-made? I guess it's fan-made. Hold on. Her shoes are red? The bots hate you? You never get Kuva pinks? Man! Man! Oh god, if it's a Discord thing, you're not the only one. If I'm not wrong, Coco doesn't get them either all the time. I might I'll have to see how to fix that, cause it's quite annoying if people don't get pinged and they want pings. The original sprite says her shoes are red. I no fucking clue. Have I ever seen anyone draw them red? Who knows? But yeah, I'm just gonna do a flat shape. I tried to do the Powerpuff Girls style shoe thing, but I just don't like how it looks anymore. So we're gonna do just one simple shape. It also doesn't show in your server, man. That's true. We've not been able to make it work in your server, like the Kuva ping. Damn. It would tie nicely to her bow and eyes. You're right. That's true. And because she functionally doesn't have an official shoe design, I can kind of do whatever as long as it's within reason. There are some fanon accepted things, like the previous shoe design I had. This one is quite popular in fanon, which is why I went with it. Yeah, I think like a dark brown red would actually tie things together very nicely. Because red's kind of her color, despite the fact that most of her clothes are black. Okay, let me make this a bit little smaller so it fits within the 0.25 proportions. Yeah, then this one can be a bit thicker. Has to be a little longer, I think, maybe. You saw the HSR update. Ooh, what um what news do you bring from the HSR update? Cyrene is so cooked. What's happened? Cyrene, sorry. What's happening to her? Like story wise, or she immediately getting power crap? Oh, she's not out yet, is she? Uh, the stream ability showcase, they use her E6. Oh no. Oh no. That's not a bad sign, right? Like if you want to showcase a new character, you're going straight to as powerful as you can get, but you need money for that. That's oh no. Hate Irene marketing so much. Ooh, I feel like Doge has shared this with me before. She's being portrayed as a very like waifu-ish character, no? That's what I've heard at least. But like her Honkai the equivalent is very different character wise. Her ult takes forever to charge. It needs 24 stacks. Oh my god. So she's going to play like Ainan and Fei Xiao and Acheron where she's got a funny ult charge, but it's 24, like a freak. Oh no. What does she charge based on actually? What does she charge on? I don't think it's going to be salvageable. Even like 12 stacks of charge is quite difficult for other things, let alone 24. Yeah, 24 stacks to charge is fucking mad. Is it like anything specific that it charges off? Like how Fei Xiao charges with dot, was it? No, sorry. Acheron charges off dot and Fei Xiao with break or something. I don't know, I never play them. I don't have Fei Xiao and I only play Acheron in my DU. If you remember correctly, people were saying you need at least E2 to be decent. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, for a new 5-star, that's alarming. That's not fun. Not alarming, but like that's kind of a bad design decision. Or good if you're Hoyu and you like money. Scummy design decision. Let me fix the physics of her skirt real quick. This is one more thing. Okay, this is one more rule that I try to not rule, guideline that I try to keep myself to when I'm drawing chibis is that I actually want them to be square shaped. Like the more square shaped the better. Having them kind of flat, like not flat, having them fit within square proportions and shape, I think as a sticker helps it make look better, like as physical merchandise, right? Then it feels a bit more balanced out. It feels like things aren't too top or bottom heavy. That's why I have a lot of funny effects around my Toho stickers, because I do want them to try and like balance out to be the square shape. I've just realized that in like a lot of stickers, that merchandise stickers, etc., that I like when I buy and when I make. I just realized when the proportion, like when it can be more balanced proportionally, I just prefer it. Yeah. Now her legs need to be a bit longer, I think. Yeah, her legs need to be bigger and longer now. This one especially. I'm so not up to date with the Stariel lore, like Stariel story quest. How's everyone keeping up with it? I know Kana's gonna stream Sariel later today, right? Unless it was tomorrow and I forgot. I think it's today. Is it 4 p.m., right? Let's like check. Cyreni's basic gives 1 stack. Skill gives 3 stack. Memo sprite gives 1. Ooh. Oh man, so that's I don't know how her memo sprite triggers, but like let's say if it's something like mems and it could be like in between her turns 2 or 3 times or something like that, and then like, she skills 3 and then the memo sprite takes 5. That's still like 5 turns. 4, 5 turns to charge up her ult, given that there's nothing else that can boost it. I don't know. I haven't watched it. I've not been keeping up with Star Rail whatsoever. Both in terms of the story and new character kits and stuff. Yesterday, yep, yeah, nice. Um, I'm just thinking, for the first time it may physically work out that I can raid into Okina's stream. The other time I could have raided into Okina's stream, we ended up doing a funny hee haha random collab, so not that it fully matters because almost everyone here watches you anyway, and that's really funny. Ooh, Power Wash Sim 2 came out. Ooh. How is it? You're dying? Is it in a good or bad way, man? Like, are you have you been playing Power Wash Sim? Hence you're dying? Or has something else blast you to hell? You want to play, but you have dailies to finish. I see. Oh, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I've not even played the first Power Wash Sim, but based on the fact that I really like games like Cooking Simulator and House Flipper, I think I would really like it. I'm one of those freaks, unfortunately, that finds real life power washing really satisfying. And sometimes I just fucking like brain rot and I watch people on Instagram clean rocks for like half an hour straight, 45 minutes straight. We'll find out later. Ooh. Ooh. Nem going to stream Power Wash Simulator? Nem going to Power Wash live? Maybe. Oh, I was gonna say same, but then you said half an hour. You guys don't fall into a trance watching bullshit for like half an hour to an hour straight. This is one, okay, I feel like I've spoken about this on stream before. If I haven't, that's fine and that's good, and I probably shouldn't be saying shit like that. You guys know what I really like watching to turn my brain off? I fucking love watching people pan for gold. Maybe not gold, resources in general. I love watching people at the stream scooping mud into a pan and then circling it, and then there's just kind of some shiny rocks in the bottom. It's probably never gold. I feel it's some of them probably live in areas where there is that much gold, right? Like I know there's some channels I watch where they live downstream of a not live where they pan genuinely downstream of like where there are gold deposits and they're like from some countries. I don't remember which ones. I think what Namibia, where there is a lot of natural gold. So those are probably not bullshit. Nem says yes. I'm guessing yes to watching carpet cleaning for 30 minutes straight. Okina says I turn off my brain. To be fair, to be fair, I think its natural state is switched off. It's just occasionally I switch it back on. Otherwise, there's really nothing going on up there. Doge is on the same page as me. Doge currently has the one brain cell that I have. It's off in her hands. All I'm saying is that OBS and your capturing app is already open. Ooh. Ooh, power wash time. Power wash soon. Exciting. The one brain cell me and don't share, it's clarity. It's clarity by Z. It so is. It's literally that until one of us has a lock in. I guess I'm locking in right now to like critically analyze what I didn't like about my drawing and then fixing it. But I only have it until 2:30 p.m. after which Doge needs to write an essay, and then I'll have to hand it back. But then once she's done with that, that's all the brain power used for the day, so I won't be able to do anything else productive, neither will Doge. It will just be clarity by Z afterwards, because we've all used up the brain power. Let me fix the width of this. I feel like it's a bit, yeah. And I'm gonna make her ribbon a bit lower on her head. Simply, okay, this is something if you are making print merchandise, especially when stuff like the dimensions of it matters in like terms of cost production, etc. I know for a lot of places in Singapore that produce merch, the dimensions do matter. It's small things like that, right? Like learning how to adjust the heights of things so that you use your space efficiently. That is also something really important to merch production that you kind of realize only after having done it, or after having seen a lot of merch and realizing a lot of the ones that look quite amateur have this issue where, like, let's say, let's just example, it's like a Genshin character and they're holding a sword or their spear, and then their spear takes up so much space, and then the character is really small. Let me pull in another color. And then let's say it's part of a series, and then the other person is a catalyst, right? And then they have a book over here. But then because that person printed them at the same size with the printers, but then the printers they just take the dimensions and do whatever, it ends up that they're both 5 centimeters, but then the character without the sword looks so much bigger, and the proportions of the character with the sword are fucked because you don't realize like how much space this ends up taking when you print it out. So it's things like that where like you realize that you might have to, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to maybe cut, shrink, exaggerate the proportions of the spear. We're gonna have to make it smaller, but we'll make a recognizable bit of it slightly bigger and change the way it's laid out so that when they're printed, my characters look like the same reasonable size. Shit like that. It's not something you always think about, but once you realize it and apply it to merch designs, it really, really changes the way things look as a whole, especially if they are in a series together. If it's like a one-off thing, who gives a shit, right? This is more so if you've got multiple pieces of merch and you want that consistency. But yeah, things like that, things like that. Let me see. Over here, because some characters have huge fucking props like Kogasas and stuff, I think the way it's gonna come out is that she's gonna look a lot smaller next to some like Cherno. The way you can fix it is by just saying like, oh, I want Kokasa to be 5 cm and then I want Cherno to be 4 cm, and then that pans out fine. If not, you could not give a shit as well. Just print it as is. But yeah, yeah. Going back to what I said about the square proportions, over here, up here, Chiari, right? Is it? Oh my god, I've already forgotten. Is it Chiari or Chiuri? Chiari, yes. Chiari is probably the most. Chiari and Byakuren, these two here, are the most square shaped chibis, and I really kind of like the way that pans out in like one sticker. I don't know, it fills the space nicely compared to someone like Kogasa, which looks more wobbly, like she's about to fall down, but she's also an umbrella. One-legged is her signature pose, so I feel like that teetering feeling, it's fine in context of who she is as a character. Okay, I'm gonna make Rumia's, I think, okay, I had the whole, coming back to this, I had her standing straight up with her legs like legs that basically just now, but I think something like this, well, I feel like I do this pose so much, so fucking much, all the time. I think if we look at my Pretty Cure chibis, we're gonna see way more of this thing with the legs. But off the top of my head, cannot tell you what stickers and merchandise I have from other artists, but I've looked at it and when, hey, everyone's legs are standing in kind of the same position, I don't like it. I can tell, okay, I don't like it when people draw like 50 billion characters using a template, because then it feels like they hold no real conviction and love for that series. They just want to pump everyone out, so they cast a big net and they catch more buyers. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a viable strategy. It makes sense. I fucking love games and media with like a shit ton of characters, right? If you look at all the media I love, Touhou, Hoyo games, Pretty Cure, you get hundreds of characters, not hundreds, like over 50 characters. And there's so many of them. If you want to draw everyone, you're gonna have to cut down something in the process, right? You're gonna have to go quick. And some people do like it. Some people do like having like 50 characters at their fingertip. I personally just don't like it that much. Real? Yeah, Doge feels it. Dozens of characters, dozens. Exactly. So fucking many of them. Yeah, I prefer just I don't know. I do want to get 50 fucking billion characters out one day. Not like of my own, right? I just like love drawing characters from series with many characters, and I do want something like every Toho character as a chibi. Probably not all as a sticker because let's be so for real, the market for it in Singapore is relatively small. For certain characters, it's going to be non-existent. Toho is one of those series where you just you're insane about a few and then you're neutral about the rest and you dislike one or two. So it does make sense for me to cast a wide net. I just want to give each character attention, if that makes any sense. Because despite the fact that there's so fucking many of them, they all have relatively unique motives, themes, silhouettes, personalities, which is a fucking feat for one man to design so many characters and have them all be actually quite distinct. But I don't know, I feel like I have a better time if I give love and attention to every character rather than slapping them onto a template. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is it stupid? Maybe, maybe. Am I enjoying myself? Yes. And that's important to me. That's important to me. If I hate the process, I'm gonna stop 3 characters in. If I love the process, that's how we get to 150 Doko characters in what? Eventually, some point down my life, what? 10 years? I'm a slow drawer. And they keep releasing characters. I think we are ready to do the base colors for this. It's not very square shape. I think her arms could be just a little longer on this side, maybe. Not gonna lie, I think the template method turns out looking a bit like NFTs at times. Ooh, oh my god. I kind of get what you mean. I wouldn't say NFTs. It makes me think of Picroos more than anything. Because to be fair, they are still quite, there are, a lot of them are still stylized really cutely, right? They're still unique to the artist's style and all that. I feel like NFTs lack a bit of they lack so much. So at the very least, a Picru it's like on a stock template, but you can see a very unique, distinct style peeking through, which that's fine, right? That I don't know. It's not that's fine as in like I can kind of get why people like it in that sense as well. Because it's in that template ends up looking very not looking, sorry. It ends up being what's the word? Like if you have friends who bought something from the artist and everything, if they are popular artists as well, people will immediately know who it's from, and that's quite a nice like, conversation starter if you're in nerd circles, I feel. So yeah. I can change her legs later. I hold on, let me move this one. Let me just make it look a bit more stable. Now it looks a bit like she's walking a tightrope. I want to see a bit more of her back leg so it seems more stable. It will be trace out her shapes like that. Okay. Trace out her shapes a bit. Ah, what if we what if we went back to the OG plan? Cause she is quite stupid despite her I'm sorry, she is quite confident despite her stupidity. So I think the what we did with Cherno, where she's just grounded, may work a bit better. We can go back to the original position, but now that we fixed the sort of silhouette of her dress, I think we can figure out where her legs go a bit better. Give me 1 minute. Let me family's asking for something, so I'm gonna go speak to them real quick. 1 second. It'll be real quick. Alright, we're back. Okay. Let me see. Let me see what happened in chat while I was away. Letty came back to check and I was on break. Back later too. Okay, sure thing, Doge. Yeah, my family needed to ask me something. So I popped out for a little bit and I figured since it was in BRB anyway, I might as well go to the bathroom, but we're back now. We're back now. I think we're about done, almost done with the sketch. I really kind of like how the sketch, just the sketch itself looks. It's looking a lot more dynamic. That's what I wanted from this. I'm very happy about that. Let me know if the music's too loud for you guys. It's a bit loud for me, but just on my side. Yeah, if anyone else went for a little break while I was out, I hope you had a good rest. It's a good break. If you went to get some water or snacks, hope you're sitting comfortably now. Ah, it won't let you share a 6 day streak, damn. What the fuck, Twitch? Let it share. Oh my god. Do you get your points still if you can't publicly share it? Can you get your channel point from the streak if you can't share it? That's what I meant to say. Nope. No. No, what a scam. Twitch and OBS are so broken, like, recently. I got an email, hold on. Okay, nothing important, great. You only get them if you can share? Oh man. Oh, I've looks like I've missed out on a lot of points in the past because I never share them. I'm always a bit too shy to share them. Especially if it's like a big streamer or a streamer I'm not super familiar with. Man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's not showing up on Mix It Up chat. That's why Okina shared. Stream streak with the app. Okay. Ooh, ads in 30 seconds. My bad, everyone who may have come back and then gets hit by an ad. I'm so sorry about that. Hey, if you didn't get any water during the first break, now's your chance to get it. And he says, don't think my streams have them enabled. Is it not auto-enabled? Because I didn't set up anything. Didn't set it up manually, but okay, now I can share them. Unless you switched it off at some point, actually. Maybe. Oh, I opted in when I was setting up all my settings like months ago, and then I never remembered it. Which could be the case, actually. I touched a lot of settings when I was about to start streaming, and I don't remember everything that I've changed. It's a feature randomly passed. Oh, I think it's a feature randomly passed around. Oh, none of your viewers share them. Huh. Interesting. If I'm on your stream and I get that, I may, yeah, I'll share to let you know, but also you do tend to stream at times when I'm asleep sometimes, so I don't always get. I don't think I get a long streaks in your channel because I'm EP. Your viewers aren't shy, they are not. That's true. It would be a huge, they would be flexing on each other if that was a thing enabled. You're right about that. They're not shy. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know how it's taken me this long to think about flipping my canvas, but we flipped my canvas. I was just thinking what's wrong with the foot, and I was like, oh, maybe I should flip it to check. And yep, kind of. All of it's leaning off to the side a little bit, which is something that an issue I've had for years and years and years, and it's improved, but it's never been fully corrected. My slightly strange right side lean. I know that I do. I do. They are so not shy. Okay. It's really strange. I don't know why it would be a feature passed around randomly though, if that's the case. Because I feel like stream streaks are a really good way to encourage people to like keep coming back. And doesn't Twitch want that? Doesn't Twitch want people to have return viewers? Hmm. Interesting, interesting. I I've fallen down like, oh my god, I've fallen down a rabbit hole on YouTube. You guys may know this about me, may not know, but I kind of really love analytics just in general. Like I realized a long time ago that I hate social media. As an artist, I think it's done some really harmful things and some really like, what's that word? It encourages some certain practices which may not be good for artists. I feel like chasing trends and stuff that they personally don't vibe with, and then leading to burnout and shit, and like the feeling that you need to like only post finished, perfect, flawless work, stuff that I've also been affected with. But I realize if I treat social media like its own game, completely separate from art, and as its own competition, I kind of fuck so hard with analytics. It's so funny. Oh, what's going on in chat? China memes got it. That's true. I have seen a lot of China memes from not even like Chinese memes, like that one panda bear with a man's face on it, and that like otter or whatever creature like passionately speaking in Chinese. Not Chinese memes, just straight up memes about China circulating on social media. Like the guy who went to heaven and he's like, well, it's all right. I just didn't think it'd be Chinese. Which me and my sister fucking quote all the time for no good reason. We live in Singapore. There are a lot of things which are Chinese, specifically stuff from mainland China, and not just like Chinese people in Singapore. And every time we find out something is Chinese, especially something we're like, well, it's all right. I just didn't think it'd be Chinese, even though we absolutely know it's Chinese. Oh, the Da Vinci twins are in on it as well. Ooh. They're on my Twitter feed as well a lot of the time. But I mostly get their shit posts, and they've been very anti-AI art recently, and I love them for that. But I mostly get those stuff on my feed because I don't follow them, but a lot of artists I follow do, and they repost that stuff a lot. Okay. I know I've been working at a very it'll probably look like awful on my screen. I've been working at such a small size because I'm kind of trying to envision what it looks like printed out, basically. And it's probably gonna be somewhere in this ballpark, like this kind of size, if not even a little smaller. So it helps if I can get like clear shapes, silhouettes, and all that from this distance. But I think we're gonna go on to the base colors. We're gonna go for a much cooler tone now. As I said, I think one of the things I may not have selected that well in the previous drawing was that it's a very warm tone piece, despite her being a character associated with a knight. So yeah, we're gonna go to the warm tones, warm undertones of stuff. Yeah, that's the thing though. In her sprite, her original sprite, most of Zone's sprites are very neutral toned. So this one is really quite bang on neutral. Like we got solid white, solid black, fully saturated red, fully saturated yellow. That's a fucking look in and of itself. I could actually play off that. Letty's no clue about the rise in the Chinese memes. Can only speculate. A lot of Americans immigrating to China and their quality of life increases. Could be that? Maybe actually. I also know there was a really big wave in what's that word? In like China memes after the whole TikTok banning debacle, and then people started going off to Xiaohongshu and stuff. And then they found that actually Chinese people are fucking hilarious and they love Chinese memes. And they're learning and then Chinese and American people started learning so much about each other. I saw a lot of stuff from that period of time as well. You're not seeing many people learning Chinese songs saying they want to be adopted by China. Man, really? I haven't seen that. To be fair, I'm also not on TikTok, so like if it's a primarily TikTok thing, then I've missed it. I'm mostly just on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, and my YouTube stuff. My YouTube stuff is hot mess of bullshit. Cannot even describe to you how disparate all my YouTube recommendations are. The Great Red Note colonization, exactly, exactly. Not even colonization, man. It's like more like an immigration. People just moved over to Red Note, I think. I know I've gone a very warm blonde again. You'll have to bear with me for a minute, cause it's a skin tone. The thing is, light blonde hair and light skin, there tends to be a little contrast between them sometimes, so you could go bright yellow. I think bright yellow's cute. Do like bright yellow. Cool yellow is a difficult thing to achieve, man. Yellow is such a warm color. And if you veer too far on one side, you go to green, which is a warm color, and then you go to orange, which is a warm color. It has probably depend on the shadows. So for this one, my shadows were pretty warm as well. They were reddish brown. We'll probably have to go to the browns as well. But yeah, something like this is a lot. Yeah. I feel like it's not as warm as the slightly reddish tone that I had on the other one. It has a bright yellow, so it fits? Yeah. In primary school, your teacher said yellow is a neutral color. I completely disagree. How? How would it be neutral? It's... How? How does someone conceive of it as neutral? In some aspects, it's a very neutral value tone. So if I, let's say, let me just duplicate this and I'll bring it to grayscale. Yellow's actually a lot more... It's a lot darker of a color than you expect. See, like, it's a bright yellow, but it's actually quite... It's not a bright gray either. That may be what your teachers means, but that's not something you generally teach primary schoolers, so maybe not. Then we're gonna use the same darkish red. For all the reds, there's a spot of white. We're gonna use a cool white for it. Probably happen again when Oracle changes the... Oh, okay. Mostly on Instagram, I see. Right, talking about Chinese memes. On Instagram, it'll probably happen again when the Oracle changes the TikTok algorithm. And really, Holy shit, Letty. If you shit talk the orange man in TikTok DMs in America, it'll ask if you're sure you want to send that and it'll offer the recipient the option to report. That's disgusting. That's actually wild. And okay. 1984 by George Orwell. George Orwell's. Not the fucking. Oh my. The George Orwell's. Absolutely cursed. Okay, now some warm blue. She is. She is. I didn't want to do cooler colors for this character. This fucking melody. Oh my god, Touhou remixes get so much mileage out of this melody and it rocks. I cannot blame them. So many good ones all use it. But fuck yeah. Okay, one more thing. Okay, I'm gonna quickly adjust the proportions of this. Okay, yeah, I like these colors a lot more. I think I went way too warm on this one and then that led to... Okay, we can write this down. Here's something else I haven't registered until now, but it's absolutely a point to bring up. There is very little color contrast. So by making her hair a lot more vibrant yellow, even though I want her to be a cool character, it creates that contrast with her skin tone, and then making her dress a lot darker black also makes that pop of black that we see in her original design. Yes. And then that means also that things like the red pops a lot more on the dress because now the white and the skin tone create that sort of, that's an area of low contrast. So the red pops against the collar and the dress. Okay, now it says Kuva, my art message needs a space. Ah, after the link and before the comma for it to be a hyperlink. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to fix that right. Oh, fuck, wait, no, I can't fix it right now. I have to fix it after stream. My OBS shat itself on me before stream started. For about 5 minutes after I clicked start stream, it said in OBS I was streaming, but everywhere on Twitch it didn't say I was live. Me too, yeah. So I shut off OBS and restarted it. And when I came back, I think I have to reconnect all of my browser sources and reconnect my Twitch account to OBS because it's not showing me my chat pop-up. I also leave out the HTTPS, but okay. Oh, good to know. Thank you both. I'll fix that after stream. So yeah, my Stream Elements chat is not connecting to OBS, so I ended up screen recording just my mix it up, which means I won't be able to leave the chat screen today. If not, you guys may potentially see the other funny bits of my mix it up. So yeah, that's okay. I'll fix it after stream. We work with these things. But yeah, okay. Color contrast a lot better. I think the shading will have to be where we put in the cool undertones and stuff. Because right now it's a very neutral color palette overall, except for the dress and the whites where they're both a cooler black and cooler white. To be fair, we're using cooler reds as well. Just a neutral skin tone and neutral hair. But yes, I like this a lot more already compared to the one we had before. I think the things that I pointed out as an issue proved to be correct. Along the meantime, we did find other things which I hadn't picked up on, like the lack of color contrast. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the edits we've made. I'm very happy actually. Now, do I want to continue working on Letty drawing? Or do I want to continue on this? I could do both. I could go to Letty's drawing for a while and then come back to this, or I could just barrel through this in one go while I've got the momentum for it. I've been a little bit stunlocked right now by Letty's piece for no real reason other than that. I think I drafted the pose. Back to work, you will return. Okay, hey, good work, Letty. I kind of barreled through the original drafting of the pose, so now this arm doesn't make full sense. Like, what would have benefited me if she was very clearly, like, let's say, putting her weight on either arm, but she's not. She's kind of sitting straight and the arm's there. So the shoulder and the position of the palm is something I've been kind of dealing with. Other than that, I'm going to... Okay, I struggle a lot with trying to make my lineup perfect. That's why my lineup takes so long. Off stream, I tried to be a lot looser with that on the dress because it's a dress, right? It's fabric, it's in the water. It's gonna be loose and chill and flowy, and that's what makes it. That's literally part of like the dress, like material wise. Hey, let me pull up the picture here. It's a very loose and flowy dress, so having the lines be loose and flowy will work in my favor. So that's what I was doing off stream with this. And I think it's to great effect, by the way. I really like how it's looking. It's just this it's the this okay, and then this bit of hair as well. Once I figure the arm a bit more, I'll probably shift it inwards a bit more. Because right now it looks like it's just kind of popping out. There's like no breeze going through it, but it should be like a resting position. I'll fix that once I'm done with the arm. It works popping out like that for the time being, so I can see where the arm is a lot clearer. Yeah. Well, I guess we're working on the piece now, because I've begun thinking about it. And it's hard to start my thought process once I've started. Unrelated, I'm just gonna draft up the shoulder underneath her hair so I can be more certain of where things connect. Yeah. Hmm. Proportionally, it's something still a little off about it. I think the elbow's way too high now. Fuck it, let's go. We can edit it. I'm so tempted to just wipe the whole thing clean. If I can't fix it, we'll wipe it clean and start the arm again one more time. If I can fix it through the transformation tool and stuff, we'll do that. We'll do that. Mm, no, it's okay. Okay. We just get rid of the lower arm. Actually, I think the upper arm's not an issue anymore. Does this get in the way? Is this visible from this angle? If you think it may be. Because her arm's kind of like... It's... How do I say this? It's... You know? It's not like... It's not... Even if it's like that, you could see it. Okay. Okay, now says leaks say 5-star sample will have magician vibes. Ooh. Ooh. Can't believe 5-star sample is about to be real. Mr. Rika's not out yet. Skulam's not out yet. I should draw them kissing. I saw a drawing of a potential 5-star sample, Mr. Rika and Skulam just kind of hanging out playing poker together, waiting to be released, and I found it really funny. Next part is Elation. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm excited for that. So this means we got I forgot what is Enigmata when. Enigmata when. Please. Please. Propagation when. Really. I feel like we may see propagation before Enigmata because there's like one silly guy who's affiliated with Enigmata. It's just my silly guy. But propagation's got a big place in the lore. This song is so fucking like creepy circus theme. Very fitting for what we're talking about. Kuva yearns for 5-star Gallagher. I do. I really do. I want him. I, I want him back, but we can also cut the sentence off it. I want him, and it exact same thing. I just want Gallagher back, man. I miss him. No other Star Rail character has such perfect deadbeat dad energy. Nice. Exactly. The yaoi this time is between me and Gallagher. Like there are okay. People can call the male characters daddy or whatever the fuck. But we have so few like dads. We've got Ding Yuan who adopted a son that looks so much like him, he might as well have given birth to Yan Xing. They both got yellow eyes. It looks like Luocha and Ding Yuan had a baby. Do not fight me on this. I can bring up points. Thank you, okay now. I heard the nice, but I didn't look over to check. You specifically triggered it with gay, yaoi, gay. What else? What was I gonna say? We've got Boot Hill, who's like the reverse of an orphan. He lost a child. We got Welt, he's got children in the Honkai Third Universe, also adopted, but we love adoptive parents. Welt counts as a dad, but they're kind of not here, so everyone substitutes the Astral Express for his children. Reverse orphan is crazy. There's no word for it, right? Like a parent who's lost a child, there's just no word for it. So it's a reverse orphan, no? But yeah, we got Boot Hill, we got Xingyuan, Gallagher. Depending on how you interpret his relationship with Misha, most people can accept it's not parental. It's like, yeah, parental in some way at the very least. It's just a matter of how close that they are. Plus, this makes me so upset, right? We never actually see Gallagher and Misha directly speak to one another. It's only in Mikhail's flashback where we see them address each other, never when Misha's Misha. But Gallagher and Misha definitely know each other exists. They just don't interact in the story, and that makes me so upset. Ryan Mabuba? What an emo! Oh my god! How did that get through and not Truffle Shuffle? I'm assuming that I'm assuming Buck's probably on the way to redeem something potentially. Wild that that emote went through, but not a little mushroom shaking its butt. What was I saying? Yes, Star Rail. Yeah. Like, no, it's driving me insane. I know, I don't think Mikhail or Misha will ever come back. I think they're just gone. For the purpose of the story, they're gone forever. And I can accept that. I do quite, what's that word? I respect wholeheartedly Star Rail's decision to kill off characters. And I think it benefits the story when people can actually be lost. And it creates real, what's that word? Actual real tension, real fears, and shit. Unfortunately, why does it have to be my favorite characters every single time? I do kind of want Misha to stay dead. For story reasons, I love him so much. I would love a Mikhail, like, playable, but, like, it's not happening. Remembrance or Elation might do some funny things that let you have characters while they stay dead. You're right. Remembrance especially. I don't know what Elation's gonna be about. All I think about when it comes to Elation characters is that they are, you know, the song is I'm the Joker, baby. That's what I think about Elation characters, and I kind of forget what the hell they do in law wise. Because Sparkle and Sapo just fucking love to hee hee ha ha, man. They just, from what I've seen in the simulated universe, Elation feels like they purposely create chaos in the universe. But I don't know how that will play into, like, law purposes when someone comes back from the dead or anything. Law wise, they love doing pranks in the psychosocially damaging variety. Yeah, that's the impression I got of it. Like pranks, but harmful. Like trying to blow up a full ship. Sparkle. I know, okay. Okay. I kinda wanna see some real bullshit right now. Am I the only one who thinks the Star Rail Aeons are really hot? Like, okay, I cannot. Nanook. Nanook. Bro, they're fucking jacked as shit, bro. You are not? Right? Bro, okay, Nanook is an easy one, right? Nanook is an easy one to call hot. Yaoshi, your beloved, your beloved. Exactly. Yaoshi and Nanook, extremely easy to call hot. I could get really esoteric with the Aeons I find attractive. What's what's it called? You can either, okay, hear me out. Let me fucking pull up a picture. So if you don't play Star Rail, you'll know what I'm talking about, right? Isn't okay. To be fair, right? I will preface this by saying I am a monster fucker extraordinaire. So I've already got a baseline tolerance to things that people don't find attractive, but I would like to be crushed by. Bro, isn't however the fuck you pronounce it, right? Ho or who or whatever. The equilibrium one. Bro, they're jacked as shit. Yeah. Oh, however the fuck you pronounce it. It's probably not like Ho the Pokemon, but Ho sounds better than who. Or just ooh. Jacked as shit. Am I losing people here? Wouldn't 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 you like to hold one of these hands? So I don't know. Like visually, I really like who's design. I think it's I've lost you there. Okay. I think visually, in terms of what Aeons represent, who does a actually perfect job of representing equilibrium. So design wise, I'm already mentally pleased by that, right? I love how it's designed. I love how strict it is. Because okay, within the bounds of the story, the equilibrium also plays like a gameplay role, where if you level up too much, you're like, oh, take the test of the equilibrium to like level up. And then so it's got that kind of like strict role, and yeah, you see that in all the lines. But then the whole in the middle is such an organic form. And it's got the funny yin yang thing going on. Look at that! It's got a fucking built-in 69. You don't see it. I don't know. I think it's more like a it's not a sexy thing. It's really not a sexy thing. It's just such a nice design that I kind of want to kiss it just like out of respect, you know? It's like when you're with like a friend and then they do you a favor and you're like, oh, I could kiss you right now. But it's like, oh, you're so well designed, I could kiss you right now. You do not know them. All I'm fucking okay. The only takeaway anyone needs from this is that this bad boy's got the 69 built into their chest. That's all I'm saying. It's just built in. Built in. Okay. That's all we need from that right now. Well, okay. I think I like the enigmata scratches my brain. I think the enigmata is really cute. I'm just gonna look at the pictures of other Aeons. I know there's a couple that I really like. Nano Yaoshi, easy ones. Land, another one, easy one to find hot. What's the one, the Harmony one? What's their name? I cannot remember what the Harmony's name is. Very easy one to find hot. Fully easy to find hot. All the humanoid ones are super easy. We need to start getting weirder with which Aeons we wanna fuck. Dude, okay. I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm not gonna push this subject anymore. I think the erudition also Sipe. Yes, Sipe the Harmony. Pronounce the Chinese way, not Zai. Yeah. It's the Chinese generation, baby. Sipe. I think news the erudition also. The preservation. Hmm. Those two can be argued for. They're not personally my type, but they can be argued for. I think the Hunt as well, Lan. W, huge W. I want to draw the Aeons one day. I really want to draw them. Chibi form would be so fucking cute. You don't know what I want to do for a convention where I've got more time to prepare? Let's be real, I had 6 months to prepare for EOY. I've just been fucking around. I want to draw little like chibis of the Aeons and then a lot of the, what's that word, the Curios, the Simu and DU Curios. And then I'll have like a little grab bag. Like if you buy stuff in my booth, you can dip your hand into a box and then pull out a free sticker of one of them. Like you're rolling the dice in a DU. I don't know, it'll be cute. You like the order? Yeah. Anna, Ina, however you pronounce it. They are pretty. Would be nice to see Aeons as playable characters if I'm up to the challenge. Ooh. Ooh. That would be fun. That would be fun. To be fair, I'm not what's that word? Good at the Star Rail design, the Hoyoverse design philosophy and style. I know a lot of people are fucking bangers at replicating that look. I'm really not. Like the way they design characters, I'm not. I may just draw them all sexy. Kuvatan's adding Mata into a silver fox still. You're so fucking right. Like, let's be so for real. How does the enigmata look? Yes, jellyfish staircase. Just Aeon's enigmata. Is that the one that's all golden or something? Yes. It's golden jellyfish staircase. Hmm. Mythos, yes. Huh. A lot can be done with Mythos's design. I could do that one day. Either drawing them all sexy or drawing them as playable characters or drawing them as chibi. Three things, right? I was saying this last stream. I think I don't remember if Okina was there because it may have been one of the streams where for whatever reason Discord and Twitch both just like did not ping you. But I was saying I only have two settings. It's either sexy or cute. If I'm not one, I'm the other. And it could be the same for Aeons. In fact, it'd be so funny if the whole deal is just that I draw them extremely cute one way and then extremely sexy the other way. And everyone just has to live with that image, mental image. Okay, I need to get the doorbell real quick. I'll see you guys in a second. I'm not gonna BRB, it'll take me a minute. I'm gonna BRB. Hey, we are back. Okay. Long story short, it's 3 p.m., but my family just ordered lunch. So, like, I'll be damn, I'm eating. My mom and my sister are on wake sleep schedules, which are so fucking funny. They're the opposite of each other's when my mom sleeps really early and wakes up super early for Tai Chi and stuff, and then my sister's like up until 3 a.m. But that also means that their dinner my mom's dinner is pushed back so early and my sister's lunch is pushed back so late that 3 p.m. is both their lunch times, and now it's mine. So, well, if I'm eating at home, 3 p.m.'s my 2 to 3 p.m.'s my lunchtime, so I guess I'm eating now. That's also why my streams normally start like around 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Cause like yeah, it's after I eat lunch, but we're all home today. It's a Saturday. They decided to order in because ever since we had to do the electricity renovations and stuff, we've just taken it upon ourselves to also change out a bunch of old furniture and things. So we've been cleaning a lot recently. I spend the morning cleaning, but like not that much. They've been fucking assembling and disassembling furniture and shit. So yeah, good time. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, now says the veracity is also hot. I forgot what the veracity looked like. Let me go see actually. I was also thinking while I was out. Um. Ah. Oh, you are so right. In my head, it was there's this cake. Let me if you Google Stariel Aeon's veracity, like the fifth image is um little Ika, aka Fat Fuck. Oh, you're so fucking right. Oh good god, okay. In my head I remember Ika Fat Fuck, yeah. I vaguely remember the veracity to look like that one Pokemon, the what's it called? Let me just Google it. Guzzlord, is that it? Yeah. Oh, they are pretty similar. In my head, my mental image of the veracity is just Guzzlord, the Pokemon. Oh, so small. Guzzlord, the Pokemon. So I didn't think it was hot, but like no, yeah, you're right. The veracity is kind of slaying. I'm now gonna do the really funny thing of attempting to draw and speak while I eat soup. All the rest of the food I can eat at room temperature, but like the soup, I want to get it down while it's hot. I could disappear for half an hour, like what I do last time when I streamed through dinner. I could do that. I could do that. But this is funnier. Okay, wait, hold on. Before I okay, actually, I'm just going to save a image of this sketch to sketch so I can probably just compile it later, like as part use it somehow later as part of the video or whatever I'm doing with this. But I'm very happy with how this is turning out. I'm quite glad that this exercise has worked. I was a bit afraid that I would analyze this and I come up with a list of issues and then I try to fix it and then fucking fail. Hold on, CSP saving the image. I'll switch screens in a second. Yeah, I'll do this and then and then redrawing it would fail and there's my thesis gone. Yeah, all good. It's all good. Okay, right now that that's been saved. Okay, I'm just gonna line it. I think I'm gonna work on Letty's piece again today. But since I'm a bit stunned by the arm and stuff, I may go on to lining myself and then coming back to the arm afterwards. I think today will be a good day for drawing. I don't feel like things are too stuck in a sense. Sometimes I feel very all my work feels stiff and stuck. I think today's all going quite well, so we just want proportional adjustment. Centralize it. I guess I'll just save the new sketch then. We'll keep the lines. We'll keep the lines brown. That works. Sketch two. Yes. I'm having mushroom soup right now. It's really good shit. It's from this one Western place that my mom likes a lot, and I know she doesn't like getting food delivery. She very rightfully thinks it's a waste of money. We live in Singapore. It's not difficult to walk out and find food to like buy back and save on the delivery costs and the secret markup they put on food. So we very much dare not to deliver unless we're all pretty tired, obviously. But there's this one place. Every time there's free delivery, my mom go zoom straight for it. That's what we've gotten today. They got really good soup. You can tell some places their mushroom soup is just shit out the can, and maybe they stir in some onions or like pepper or whatever to make it seem like it's not out the can, but you know it is. It all tastes the same. This one you can tell they make their shit from scratch. Almost never get food delivery. Not worth it. Yeah, exactly. It's all marked up so much, and like the places with free delivery end up being places that are already kind of close to you. For me, especially, they're places within reasonable walking distance half the time. So we might as well walk out and get it, and then not have the secret delivery like markup fees and stuff. We almost never get it as well. It's just sometimes. It's a little treat. Okay, let me. Now we're gonna use the symmetry tool on the face just to get. I feel like I should start recording a time lapse from here, maybe. I could. It may take up a lot of memory. If it is, I'll just have to switch it off, unfortunately, but we'll see. I've been thinking of how to make more posts out of one drawing because I want to try and start posting more stuff more consistently, but I cannot keep putting out new drawings every few days, so I'm gonna have to get used to things like posting work in progress stuff. And now that I'm attempting some short form and long form content, I need to stretch my drawings, but also not so much where people get sick of looking at it. Because if I'm posting very similar stuff consistently, I think people just get bored of my shit and they stop looking at it. Oh hi Coco, welcome in. How was your sleep? Thanks for the snack. I'm eating lunch right now. I'm just dropping lotus seed into my soup. That's okay. Nice. Glad to hear that. What was I saying before this? Yeah, making more posts out of the same few pieces of art. I guess I can alternate them because I am working on several pieces of art at the same time. And like alternate my work in progresses, my time lapses, the final pieces. I haven't posted the Okina Halloween art yet because I don't have any save for work Kuva Halloween art. So like I'll just probably post the Okina one. in place of that. Oh, you're getting your nails done today. Nice. Hope you have a good time. Manicures are fun. I think I've said this live before. The last time we talked about getting your nails done, the only time I've done my nails was when a friend worked at a salon. Yeah, it's a fun experience. We love that for you. Okay. I'm currently trying to eat my lunch while I draw, and it's just not working out. Ooh, you yourself in a swimsuit last night. Hell yeah. I should go and is it on your Discord or anything? Or social medias? I should look. New Coco at me. On Blue Sky and Discord, nice. Okay, I'll check it out maybe next break or the stream or whenever. Okay, let me just think about this. Do I want it to be mirrored? I think her face can be mirrored. I think that's okay. Her mouth probably just her face shape, and the nose and mouth will be mirrored, and the eyes. Yeah, Discord. What? What's Discord? Discord specifically Discord, but you can only use it to speak to your sibling. I didn't think okay. Eye shape was also slightly rounded and pointed at from the previous one that I drew. I might make them a bit more pointed this time round. Or like a bit more cat-like. Yeah, I think cat-like's the way to go for this one. We're gonna say hi to Nemi. Oh, Nemi's live. That's right. Yeah, sure. Go say hi to Nemi. I should pop in later as well. She's probably power washing, isn't she? I feel like Rumia doesn't have long eyelashes. Hold on. What's it? What? The delivery? Oh no. Oh no, Kana's delivery may be at the wrong address. It's not in your mailbox. Think your mail. Oh no, your neighbor may have gotten it. I don't know what kind of mailboxes you have in your area. If it's the kind where your neighbors have like the little, all the boxes have a little slot that they can put stuff through, it may be worth it to drop a note in saying like, "Hey, you may have my mail. Please, can I have it back?" And don't send it to. Oh, sorry. If you have it, send it to this unit. Don't drop it to the return box. Maybe if they're nice, they'll return it. I feel like sometimes people in Singapore are nice and they'll return it. Oh no. I hope if it's been delivered to the wrong unit or whatever, that you can get it back easily. Was that such a fucking headache to deal with? Lost mail and stuff? Bag slings are nothing expensive. Alright. Still, it's a hassle to get it either delivered to the right place or to go and order it again. And it's the principle of the thing, right? They're meant to deliver it to your place, not your neighbors, and they fucked it up. So you should hold them to it. Not your neighbors, the post, whoever's in charge of post. If it's the government post, then it's your right as a citizen for them to do their job, and you have every right to complain. Maybe they'll realize they didn't order it. Probably. Because it's such like a specific thing as well. If it's like, if you deliver groceries and stuff, and I feel like that's not common in Singapore, but people do get groceries delivered. It may be a bit more like difficult to realize that you didn't order it. Or you get someone who's like, hey, I can use this, and you just keep it. Something like a bag sling. That's a lot more specific. I've never had my mail delivered. Okay, I've had my mail delivered to the wrong unit once, and I just could not get it back. I didn't know which unit it went to, but the post office kept saying that they didn't lose it, so it must have been delivered somewhere. I just couldn't find out where it went. That pissed me off, but I've not had much mail lost in the mail before. What has happened is one of my neighbors kept getting food delivered to the wrong address, aka to our address, and we just could not find which neighbor it was. Like they did it like thrice in the span of a year or two. And we would go around like not just our block, but to the other blocks, and then we'd find we'd find like, let's say we are block 1 unit 1, we go to block 2 unit 1 and then see if it were their orders, then block 3, but then we also go to our block 1 and then block to unit 2, 3, 4, etc. to see if it was theirs, and then level 2 unit 1 and shit like that, and we just never found who kept ordering stuff. And we are quite certain it's the same people because oftentimes it came with the same dietary requirements, which felt even worse, right? Like, it's not gonna be easy for them to replace a meal because specific dietary requirements. We just could not find who ordered. And then the delivery, we never caught the delivery man either because in whatever delivery instructions they put on, this was like right after COVID. They probably did the contactless thing where they're like, oh yeah, just leave it there. Leave it there and like ring the doorbell or whatever. But a lot of like the times, by the time we got the door, the delivery person's just gone. So we weren't like able to stop them and say, hey, we didn't order shit. If you have dietary, if it sucks, it sucks. If you have dietary restrictions, yeah. Yeah. First of all, it sucks to like order a meal or whatever and not have it delivered. And second of all, it sucks so much if it's a very specific meal as well that just cannot be quickly replaced. I hope whichever family ordered them, they either got like refunded or had their order replaced. And I think they probably figured out what was wrong with their orders because we haven't gotten any of their orders since like what, last year. But yeah, it recently tested your tolerance or something you used to be allergic to, and you think you may have successfully desensitized yourself. Didn't poison yourself. Let's fucking go. Yippee indeed. Yippee. That's so goated. I spent years trying to get rid of my lactose intolerance and then become lactose tolerant, but like it hasn't worked. In fact, it's only gotten worse with age. I may have like held off some of the worsening by drinking milk coffee every day. But still, it's not improving. Back. Welcome back. We're talking about allergies. Oh god. I really wish I wasn't lactose intolerant because I love dairy stuff. But that's just the way Asian genes works, I guess. So many people I know are lactose intolerant, and they're also the kind that have been lactose intolerant since they're young. So like basically once they stop breastfeeding as a small child, they develop like intolerance towards cow's milk and stuff. Nami's cleaning a truck. Ooh. I figured. She did say earlier that Power Wash Simulator 2 is out. I haven't played the first one, but I kinda wanna. It sounds like fun. It seems like something I'd enjoy. You've got not really, you have IBS, which is similar. That's true. It makes you like sensitive to a lot of stuff as well. I've got friends with IBS and like, oh boy. Living in somewhere like Singapore where there's a lot of like spicy food, some foods that are like pretty oily and stuff as well, which is common, and they have to avoid all of that, it sucks. I don't really like the way her bangs look right now. No soya, no dairy. Oh no, not a lot of gluten. Oh man. I didn't know no soya was a thing that IBS like required. No dairy, definitely. Gluten, I've heard as well. You're so bad at spicy food. Yeah. It takes tolerance. Okay, you guys gonna hear some fucking bullshit. I don't care. I'm gonna eat for a little bit. I don't want you to hear eating noises. I personally don't like them. But like I hungry. I could take a break. If I decide that the noises are too much, I'll take a break for real. But am I eating? We ordered. This is a fun thing. If you're international viewer, you're going to be introduced to the concept of Western food, which is what Singaporeans call any white people food. I've got a grilled chicken and some spaghetti. IBS triggers can be different for everyone. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Spaghetti time. It's great. There's Western food stalls. Some good ones specialize in a particular place in the West, like just Italian food, just let's say what French food or whatever. Other ones don't give a shit. They'll sell like a chicken schnitzel next to fish and chips, next to spaghetti, next to hamburgers, and it's all Western food, baby, because it's what white people eat. I'm not gonna be able to draw while I eat this. I need two hands. Fish and chips, hell yeah. Chicken and spaghetti, yeah. Oh yeah, fish and chips. Let me just write. Okay, it's unreadable. Okay, so we're gonna yap for a bit while I eat. But as a white, yeah, we just put any white people food together and call it Western food. Think of it as the Asian aisle at a grocery store in the West, and you've got like Chinese and Japanese ingredients next to each other, and so oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, let's chill. Let's when okay. So I've got a professor who really likes talking to exchange students about things which are in class, right? He will point out things which Singaporeans are really desensitized to, because he travels a lot for work as his work as a professor. So there's some stuff that he realizes actually super weird to Singapore, and people here do not realize it's weird. One of them is our concept of Western food, and he asks exchange students about it all the time. And for whatever reason, the current class that I'm in of his, the exchange students we got are all pretty bougie. So they've never gone to a hawker center and just looked at a Western food stall where they've got like spaghetti and a hamburger next to each other. To be fair, that I feel like that's a lot of like Americans do that as well. Let's say spaghetti and fish and chips together. You're gonna eat sushi and dim sum together in retaliation? Go for it. I do that all the time too. Hmm. Yes. Okay, now ask, have you heard of a chicken chop? Any non-Singapore, any yeah, anyone outside of Singapore in chat, have you heard of a chicken chop? We've discussed this in Yanokena, and it's a very interesting thing. No? That's what I thought. Okay, and I can take the reins on this. If not, I can talk about it as well. Like, okay, hold on. I am getting through a piece of meat real quick. Not chewing, I don't talk and chew, but like it's hold on. It's being a real bitch to cut right now. We have chicken chops and they're very common and even popular. Yes, they are surprisingly popular. But if you cannot visualize what it is, imagine like a pork chop, right? Like a slab of pork chop and it's breaded sometimes and like fried or whatever, but it's a slab of chicken that's breaded and fried, but also not like schnitzel. The closest thing would be schnitzel, but it's also not that. And it's called chicken chop and not anything else. It's a chicken cutlet. You're right. Hmm. Chicken chops grilled. That's true. Yes, yes. I forgot. I completely forgot. In my head, I'm thinking about a cutlet. But yeah, it's a slab of chicken that's grilled. A pork chop's grilled? Hold on. Yes, a pork chop's grilled. Is a mutton chop grilled? Yes. Okay, I've just forgotten my terminology. But yeah, it's a slab of chicken grilled the way pork and mutton would be. Like that and served with the usual side dishes that you may see a pork chop served with. But also, in Singapore, for whatever reason, the idea is that Western food served with fries, so many like meat dishes come with a side of fries, and it's kind of funny. And coleslaw for whatever reason, right? It's like it's like it's like that's just the west the Western kimchi basically. If not like a little plain like green salad, it's gonna be a side of coleslaw. You have other cups. That's true, but why use other cups when we can all just imagine white people mostly eat bread and potato? It sounds very American. It does. It does. It's fried bread. Yeah. We got, I think things like fast food popularized American food, American cuisine here at least. That's why it's like French fries, coleslaw, and stuff. A lot of the Western food that was popularized here along like with the rise of the growing middle class after World War II came because of American food, but we still have a lot of like British food influences due to the colonial era period, and a lot of the older chefs. There are quite a bunch of older chefs who work with colonial admin and stuff, so they knew how to cook British food and etc. Baked beans are very British, so America doesn't really have baked beans. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I have seen quite a number of Americans make fun of like baked beans, or at least the way and amount British people eat them. They are quite common here as well, but not as common as a side of like fries. I'm trying to think what other staples of Singaporean Western food we got. Especially ones that are weird and that I can't actually think about like how it translates to actual, an actual Western country's cuisine. Yeah, chicken chops is a big one. Hmm. On the topic of food and food worldwide, don't you guys find it really cute how almost every culture has like their own equivalent of a dumpling? Like some kind of meat or filling. Doesn't have to be meat. Some kind of like vegetable, potato, sauce, whatever, just like stuffed into dough and then cooked somehow. So we got the dumplings, we got the ravioli, we got the samosa, things like that. Every culture has just something wrapped in dough and then like fried steam. We also mix fish with cream, so we have like fried fish carbonara. I think that's quite localized. Oh, I don't know. I'm not well traveled enough, nor am I well eaten enough, if that's a fucking word, to have gone to like let's say an authentic Italian place and then like tried like a fish dish. I cannot speak to that, but fish with cream, fried fish carbonara. That's true. Actually, fried specifically fried fish. That one feels quite localized. I feel like it comes from the Chinese like fried fish porridge and like fried fish noodle stuff. And like there's already a local palate for fried fish with noodles, and they're like, oh, okay, local people love carbonara, so like, why not mix them? I've seen people eat online, people eat things like salmon with Alfredo sauces and stuff. I've seen that, but really not like fried fish pre carbonara. Yeah, probably not actually. Hmm. Like going back the train of thought of like things shoved into dough, I've always kind of want to make ravioli at home. Because ravioli is kind of expensive in Singapore. Like there aren't that many places that do it and well, and definitely not at costs that make sense. Like everywhere that serves, I think good ravioli at least. There's one place, right, called Caesarea. It's it's a casual dining restaurant, but it's Japanese. But it's Italian food, but it's Japanese. they do um they do what 5, 6 pieces of ravioli for almost $5 or $4. It's just not worth it. It's really not that good. It's definitely microwaved. Sometimes it comes out where the cheese inside's still a bit solid and not fully melted. And like, it's a shame. I like ravioli and the thought of it, but like it's never worth to buy outside. I think fresh pasta's pesky to make here because it's so humid. That's true. I've never made fresh pasta myself. I've always wanted to, like fresh noodles, especially like a ban mian. 'Cause I fucking love thick ban mian, but not that many places do it super thick. There's a few handmade ban mian places that I frequent, and like they're the ones like they don't even run that shit through a machine, man. The ones I love the most is just like one auntie flattening it with a rolling pin and then pinching pieces of mee hoon kueh out in my hand, so you've got flat but uneven sheets of dough, and that shit fucking rocks so much. I want to make ban mian by hand. But I've never tried. Lasagna's comfort food, but it's not good. It's so that's the perfect description. It brings you back memories of kicking around with your friends after secondary school. I have great memories tied to sitting in a Caesarea for 3 hours at a time, drinking so many fucking soft drinks that like it's probably a bad idea and I'm gonna get a sugar crash, but like yeah. It's quick, it's cheap, it's all a very standard, same level. This is oh my god, there's this one. I don't know if it's still there. There's an Instagram account called Caesarea, but spelled Sigh Zaria, where it just posts pictures of dog shit looking dishes. Let me see if it's still there actually. Oh my god, it's still there. And their description is if you think you're painfully mediocre, just remember that Caesarea exists. Oh my fucking god, I need to. Oh my god. I don't wanna just put up a picture or something right now because they're so fucking funny. Yeah, as mediocre as food gets. Oh my god, Coco says I love Caesarea. It's so funny to me. That's right. You worked in Japan. You know what a Caesarea is as well. I've heard that it's just slightly better quality in Japan than it is in Singapore. I've never got the chance to try. Last time I was in Japan, my family kept saying things like we came all the way to Japan. There's no way in hell we're eating Caesarea, and I get it, and I so get it. I was just curious, but we never tried it. I kind of wish we did. There's three edible things on the menu. You're so right. You're so right. Dude, oh my god. Okay. Yeah. My god. There's the three things that are like gonna be good, and then the rest are just kind of suck. Especially in Singapore, the pizzas suck so badly. Over the years, they've gotten worse as well. So now all of the crusts are super thin, and the sauce is watery as shit, and they just don't put enough toppings. My once I was at a Caesarea that was somewhere near the city center, and I saw tourists in there who I guess must have been misled by the decor and thought that it was like a actual like Italian place or whatever the hell. Because they ordered like pizza and pasta and wine. What freak orders wine at Caesarea? Like that's the only time I've seen it. I'm kind of in awe at it. Immaculate vibes are also a whole meal for like 300 yen. Your book as was like, exactly. That's why it's like the choice food of like families. But it's more expensive in Singapore. Like a lot of the dishes are around the 5 SGD range, 6 SGD. But still, right? Like, for a place you can sit down and get relatively decent food, free flow drinks if you want, if you like, and you can split something with your family. It's a good place. It's a good place to bring everyone for cheap. It's so get it. Oh my god, Okada got the wine? Out of curiosity, it's not good, but it's cheap alcohol. I see. I don't even know how much it costs. I've just never looked at it. Who goes to a pasta restaurant and orders rice. What about it? The thing is, it's Caesarea. It's not like a pasta restaurant. It's just the Japanese imagination of an Italian restaurant. And I get you because my favorite fucking thing there, they have a chicken spinach gratin. Fucking love it so much. Oh, that's like my favorite thing. I don't know why. Like, if I'm looking for like a very filling meal, I feel like the rice dishes tends to be a lot more filling as well. Sorry, I do prefer the rice dishes. There's one like Milano Doria as well as a big rice dish with that big rice dish with cheese. I really fucking love it. Mm. Milano Doria, you go to yeah. Okay, that gets me. Now wine's their own brand, so they can sell it cheap. I did not know that. I did not know that. Wow. Now I kind of want to try. I know I'm allergic to alcohol, but I really want to try now. Rice is your big? Yeah. And Doge's usual order is a cheese hamburger grill with rice. Ooh, I've not actually tried their meat dishes before. I know my sister fucking loves like their hamburger grill stuff. She says that for the price, right? The Caesarea meats are like pretty good. I've not tried it before. I'm always there when I want pasta or rice, so yeah, never tried that. I should. And before Dairy betrayed Coco, she'd get the tomato and cheese gratin. Ooh. I don't remember if we have that in Singapore or if it's named something else. Yeah, the cheese gratins are good. They are generous with the cheese. I'll give them that. They've always been generous with the cheese. Yeah, man. Goes pretty bad at being white. Yeah, loves rice, can't have dairy. Unbelievable. This is. I'm not about to accuse Coco of anything. Just this is where my mind went. This is where my mind went. You know, the whole race changed to another thing, or transracial, or whatever the hell people want to call it. I oh no. It just came to mind because recently in a class we had to seriously discuss it. We had to seriously discuss like okay, because the thing is it was taught by a sociology professor and his whole point is that race is like a constructed thing. What we think of as race, how we define race, and how the modern what's that word? The modern discussion surrounding race has shifted from like physical descriptions that people used in the past, which led to like very, very, very prejudiced and like what's that word? Prejudiced and bioessentialist beliefs. Like people have moved away from that because we've realized that race, like you cannot just it's not a physical thing, but then also what is it? If you do not use physical characteristics, does that mean that someone can actually be transracial? And we had to debate that, and my head hurt. But boy, was it an interesting class. It was not under any delusions. You're white as fuck. Exactly. I'm not. Yeah. This is not an accusation. It's just where my mind went because it was interesting. Like yeah, like stuff like that. And then we were saying like, oh, is it like maybe like tied to nationality? But then he was like, oh, then the professor was like, well, if you change your nationality, you don't change your race. And we were like, well. and then we were just going back and forth about what oh my god, Coco did international relations for her masters. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. We've got a lot of political science trained freaks in chat right now. Hina has a hot take. Main issue with RCTA is stolen valor. Oh. Would you care to elaborate? Because that's actually something that came up in our class as well. And that's actually one point that our class had the biggest consensus on, is that like, okay, the way the world has played out is that we wish racial categories weren't a thing, but the thing is, it is. These racial categories have came up, and huge groups of people and your ancestors and stuff have had to go through the consequences of being grouped into a racial category, and you basically like your the descendants carry that baggage. There is like not just stolen valor, but there is that kind of like either legacy or something that comes with a lineage, basically. Like it's a lineage thing. You can't race change to another because if we don't define race with physical characteristics or nationality or lived experiences, which can be shared by people of different races, it ends up like yeah, I don't know, something like that, something like that. I did not fully follow the conversation. Now let's see what Okina's cooked up. If you grew up in Asia and were subject to the torturous education systems, you've earned the valor. Like Ale grew up in Japan and Singapore, so I consider her an honorary Asian. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting boy. Let's see what Coco said. Said I'm cross-culture kid, having lived in 3 countries growing up into, having been exposed to multiple cultures. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Culture's a completely different thing. And it's common and more normal than people expect to be cross-cultural in some way. And then having moved around in different countries and being exposed to multiple cultures through work and stuff would definitely cross culture. Spend your whole life in America and just romanticizing Asia, you haven't earned it, right? Oh my god, it's like you know you guys have definitely seen it, the viral meme going, I wish I was Asian. I want an Asian name. I want to go to an Asian school. I want to wear an Asian school uniform. And then people were just retweeting with like pictures of the Philippines, like, what about this? And like retweeting with pictures of Indonesia about like, what about this? Like, are you just thinking about Japan? Or if you were born Southeast Asian, would you still be happy? You spend your whole life in America just romanticizing Asia, fetishizing Asian, usually Japanese culture. Yeah. So many times. A lot of people just romanticizing Japanese or South Korean culture. First gen American Asian never even set foot in Asia. That's an American? Yes. That's an American with Asian ancestry. That's but like let's be real, at that time never set foot in America, raised by parents assimilated to some extent in America. You can desire to find your roots but you're culturally American? Yeah. I think so. It's really fun. This class we have so many exchange students, a lot of them bougie. One of them is Asian American and came to Singapore to study. But because she still looks Chinese, she said that like she realized because of that whenever she goes and buys food at hawker stores and whatever, the default is for people to speak to her in Chinese, even though let's say she's standing behind like an Indian man in queue, and the hawker can speak perfect English to an Indian man, and then when it's her turn in queue, the hawker will switch to Chinese, and she's like, "What's that about?" And then she replied English and get like weird looks. That's not the point. Okay, I was making it. That's where my mind went. But yeah, and like stuff like that. Like a lot of her habits, like she's raised by, I don't remember what gen of like American she is, but the thing is, she said she was hired once to work at okay, I don't remember exactly what it was, but let's say it's like a heritage museum for Asian or like Chinese culture in general, whatever it was, right? And she was hired there just because she's got like Chinese heritage and ancestry, and then people would ask her questions about it, and she'd be like, "Fuck, I don't know. I've never set foot in China." If I had to write to comment on this, I think that's fine. Okay, this class. Now that I think about it, this class I'm talking about is so interesting. Several exchange students started struggling with the fact that they were white in like this class about identity and stuff. And the professor was basically like, you do not have to be afraid. The fact that you're cognizant of that fact and you are intellectually and emotionally ready to grapple with it, it's a good start. And then from that perspective, knowing any privileges you have, the different experiences you have from the culture that you're currently like studying in, just knowing that that's the difference and that the world doesn't revolve around you anymore, then engaging with that in mind, that's completely fine. And I think Kokone is very cognizant of that fact, and we love her for it, and we want to hear her opinions, in spite of the fact you've experienced being other when you live in Japan. Yeah, see, that's a different cultural perspective you have. That's interesting. At least you're not a man. Actually, so fucking real. So fucking real. That's okay. I'm about to say some real bullshit. The thing is, there's a lot of Chinese people in Singapore to the point where Chinese, I think it's like what 70% of the population, so they're the majority race. So like Chinese fucking Chinese men, cis straight Chinese men in Singapore are as good as a cis straight white men in America. If I was a cis white man, fuck me the privilege, yeah. Right, so that okay. There's okay. We cannot equate something like white privilege one-to-one to Chinese people because a lot of white privilege. Okay, I'm sorry if the conversation is getting too heavy. Stop me. Stop me if it is. But we are getting into the political science hours again, unfortunately. Um, a lot of the white privilege in America stems from the colonial dynamic and that power, that the force, the violence, the power, like that power and the fact that political systems and structures were set up by basically white people, and then yeah, that's some of the systemic roots of white privilege. In Singapore, it's a slightly different dynamic because a lot of the power systems in place were set up by colonialism. Ooh, Letty's back. Slavery in America really reinforced white privilege for the white man. Yeah, things like that, things like slavery. Yeah, that really entrenched white privilege. In Singapore, it's a slightly different dynamic, where Chinese people definitely have privilege as like a majority race, but there's a bit less of that violence when it comes to the race relations and stuff. But there are definitely there is a privilege. There were essentially stepping stones put in place by the colonial government, which made a lot of the Chinese elites, be it ones that spoke Chinese or the ones that went through the British colonial education system, it put them in places of power. It put them in places where they could basically get inherit generational wealth and stuff like that due to opportunities. It's a different dynamic, but there is privilege. OBS crashed. Fuck. Wait, for you or me? Oh, fuck, for you. Oh no. You're streaming soon. Oh no. Oh no. Is OBS just having a global problem? Uh-oh. Because it crashed quite badly for me as well earlier. I just spent 5 minutes saying I was live when Twitch said I wasn't live. And when I restarted, all of my docs wouldn't show up. So I had to read chat off Mix It Up. I don't know what specifically is wrong with your OBS, but if you manage to get it to restart properly, you may also want to look into just making sure that your Twitch account is connected. I think what happened with the chat doc disappearing is that in the crash it disconnected from my Twitch account, so I'll have to re-log in through OBS. That may be part of why things are a bit scuffed. Have you tried stabbing OBS? That's true. Have you tried to fix it with violence? Oh, also, Coco says, so glad not American. Being British is bad enough. Oh my god. Have you guys? Okay. Like tangent. I so get it. Have you seen the. I think either a TikTok or YouTube short where it's like, where's. Like, it's a map that's separated into 7 sections, but not evenly. They're basically like horizontal lines across the map. And the question is, what's the worst place to be born in? And then someone's just going through all the sections being like, oh shit, if I'm born here, I'll be in the UK. If I'm here, I'll be in, I think, what, the Falkland Islands, which is British territory. And basically almost every section, and then you get to Antarctica, and you're like, no, Antarctica is partially owned by the British, so I could be born to British parents and therefore get British citizenship. And it's just someone desperately trying to avoid Britain. I don't know. It's, it's great. I just love that you have to zoom in on like fractions, like some lines bifurcate. Like let's just go back to the Falkland Islands because nothing else is coming to mind. Like it just cuts an island in half. And yeah, there's like a 0.1% chance I'm born in in British territory. I can't be born here. People very casually just accuse you of being a colonizer. Very fun to Uno reverse them and tell them I'm actually from the colonies as I was born in Australia. Real. Real. Uno reverse for real. Okay. Oh my god. I one of my classmates in this class is from the Czech Republic, and we were talking about like colonial powers basically and like systems of power within that. And then we refer to it generally as the West. And then sometimes when we are talking about like yeah, like Western colonialism, she'll look at us and shrug her shoulders and go, not me. The Czechs were the Eastern Europeans and the Czechs were victims too. I keep my hands out of this. And like she's so right. Personally didn't create the problems of the entire British Empire. You're silly fucks on the internet. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, yeah. That's very true. That's very true. The people alive today are not responsible for the British Empire of the past, basically. Some people out there still benefit from like the insane fucking legacies that their ancestors may have brought down and generational wealth and shit, but it's not their fault that like they didn't start it. They were born into a family. They can't choose that. You can choose what you do with your wealth. I'm just saying if any mad fucking billionaires are listening to this, if you are, welcome in. Hit that like and subscribe. No, I'm kidding. I don't think any. I can see my viewer list on Mix It Up, and I don't think any of you are secretly heirs to like 300-year-old colonial empires. If you were, that'd be so fucking funny. Yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of get it's really funny to blame the historic faults of a nation on the people alive today. Just cause it's okay. I cannot believe how fucking much this class has taught me, or my classes in general. Damn, I guess my degree is not fully useless. Um, the thing about identity, especially things like national identity, they require an in-group, out-group thing. And in Southeast Asia, a lot of the out-group thing is from like against colonialism and like Western powers and what's it word? Imperialism and stuff like that. And so a part of me that like loves the anti-colonial narrative is like, yeah, let's blame everyone descendant from colonial masters on colonialism. But I know that's not productive in the slightest. For who's not the beneficiary of a 300-year-old legacy, she's an immigrant. Okay, Australia's protesting against immigrants. Oh, I've not caught up with Australian news. And like he says, Australia's all over the place politically. Ooh, I really haven't kept up with Australian news and politics actually. Last I heard, what's the last I heard of Australia? I don't actually know. Oh, it's because I moved around so much I don't feel like I belong anywhere. You see? Yeah, no, that's something we were also speaking about, especially if you moved around a lot as a child. Oh, hi Mary, welcome in. How are you? How was stream? I didn't get to stay through all of it. But last I saw, you switched from Outlast to another game. I had to dip out at some point to grind out some schoolwork. But like yeah, if you move around countries a lot, you don't form that sense of rootedness to one place. You've had these different identities assigned to you because of how you look and speak. Oh. The question of where you're from is impossible to answer. Man, that's true. Yeah. Having identities assigned to you as well, that creates that's a common thing that creates another huge layer of perception, because the way people perceive you and treat you based on the identity they assign to you affects how you perceive yourself. Okay, man, that's Sophie. Yeah, hung around for a bit, but I mostly had the luck due to school reasons. They left for did do for a bit. Ooh, nice. How was that? Oh, Owl, thanks for the snack. Question of where you are you from is impossible. That's true though. It's like, do you answer where were you born physically, where you live from now, where your parents are from? It's stuff like that. It's yeah. And like the thing is, I don't get that question. Okay. Thing is, okay, oh god. Let's get into more Singaporean politics for in a minute. In a minute. Morning creature, morning owl. Like it doesn't strongly identify with anywhere you've lived. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. That's comment I'm filing away, not for use against you, but not use for against anything, but something to bring up in class where at least in Singapore, national boundaries are very strong. What's that word? They're a very strong basis for identity, but we know in other parts of the world it's really not. Especially if you don't live anywhere near a boundary and like you just kind of live where you are, that's where you are, and other things from your identity and stuff. Oh, also, yeah, where are you from? Like in Singapore, that's not a question, right? Like I don't get asked that outside of Singapore. I end up having to clarify that like I'm from Singapore, but like I'm Chinese, and then they're like, "Oh, did you move to Singapore from China?" No, I didn't. That's just like my race. And then in Singapore, racial categories are quite like not strictly defined, but they are very regularly reinforced and incorporated into identity. Oh, hi, Oni, thanks for the snap. Canada's not very strict with that stuff. We're melting pot. That's nice, mostly. That's nice, but that's true. That's always the question, right? Like for countries dealing with now, especially people from many different cultures, different parts of the world. Do you want to reinforce differences, or do you want people to assimilate? That's a question. Was being asked about it. Oh, right, because you're always other. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That has to be difficult. That has to be difficult, especially yeah. There's so many places as well that you've been never feeling like you belong to one particular place, and in the eyes of other people being other like that. That's insane to have to grapple with. And oh man, and it has to be such a difficult question for you, but like I can get it from the perspective. Sometimes people ask because they're curious and not realizing that there's some for some people there's not a simple answer to that. It's fine, you're used to it. That's true, but like still there are a lot of things that people take for granted, and then when you talk to other people, you realize that it's yeah, having a solid like, identity placed in one place, that's not a given. That's not a given. Not everyone has it. This is, oh my god, this is not really related to identity. I'm just kind of thinking about how place serves as a basis for identity and how it doesn't have to be just national or like states, right? It very often is, but it goes down to things like neighborhood. So like basic example, like not basic, but obvious example, it's places like, oh, Beverly Hills, where like if someone lives there, like, oh, they're big shit or whatever. But even down to like small residential neighborhoods, especially if it's somewhere you've been for a long time, you get really attached to a place, and then that forms like your habits, your networks, people you know. And this is a point that's coming up for me right now. I'm taking so long to eat because I keep fucking yapping. It's a just chatting stream now. Let's be so for real. Past hours been just chatting, but hey. Real quick, I'm gonna see if Ohinas managed to go live. And we're gonna look there if she has. Yes. Yes. Let me just check in and like hide there real quick. Man, I missed. Okay. OBS also desperately wants me to collab with Okina right now. Okay. Yes, that's me that with the check. Oh, hi, Shino. She did? Yeah. And thanks for dropping by. Raid? Not yet. I don't think I'll end stream yet, but I'm quite sure I'll be ending stream while Okina still live, so I'll finally be able to raid her. It does that to me too? Yeah. every time Letty is live and I'm live at the same time, it wants me to collab so badly. Thanks for the snap. But oh, okay. Coco says, one of the reasons I like Japan so much is because there were so many social and cultural rules you were taught and learned, but it was easy in a way. That's true. Having the rules laid out, having them laid out and not being things you have to guess or have to like be there for years and years and have an end to the big social rules, it helps. And then having someone be able to like actually tell you what the social rules are. You want the knot to just waving its hands in front of you. Papa was given the role of Gaijin and knew what was expected of you. Right, oh my god, that's true. Oh my god, I've heard about that. Unrelated, I don't know if that's what happened to you. I've heard about stories in China and Japan. I think Japan especially. But I've heard about it in China too, where like because workplace hierarchy is so strict and you're basically supposed to treat your bosses like they're right and they're smart all the time. A lot of like the lower rank juniors cannot speak up against their bosses, even if they think the boss has like made like a shit point and should be challenged on something. But if you've got a white people in the company, that white person can basically break that social expectation and be like, "Hey, boss, your ideas not gonna work." It's more socially acceptable because they're the white person, but in reality, like the supervisor has like hired a white person to go to meetings to say things like that. I think I don't remember where it's more common. I'm quite sure both China and Japan I've heard of it happening, where like they're like quite a new employee, but they're dragged to the meetings anyway, so they can act as a mouthpiece against the boss. But they've been told ahead of time that hey, locals can't say this, you can. Like hygiene pass? Yeah. I think in China, if I'm not wrong, the thing I don't know what the Chinese word for it is, but then people who work who do that job and then they do that job and then they talk about it in English, they refer to the term as They refer to the term as white monkey, but I don't know if that's the actual term they use in China. Oh, Moonkeeper, welcome in. Good morning. When you say white person, do you mean American British white person? I'm not sure. I feel like they don't discriminate as long as you look foreign. Like genuinely as long as you look foreign. You could even be like not British, just somewhere else in Europe. As long as you just clearly don't look local, you can. You can. Yeah. A friend Coco's friends works in a Chinese company as a token white guy. Exactly. Literally the token white person job. Like Letty doesn't see how being white helps if you're racist. Yeah. Yeah. You can be racist. You just look for it. You just look for it, then you get the pass to do things which may not be socially acceptable for someone who's like local, even if you are in a way local because you're raised there. Partly racist, but if it helps. Yeah, unfortunately, it plays on cultural expectations and what people assume of someone who looks foreign. They assume they weren't raised there. They can assume they don't know the culture. Therefore, you can make them say shit to your boss. Oh, ads in 30 seconds. Feel free to take a break. Um, I'm considering going for like a 5 minute break and just finishing my food. Because I'll be yapping for a bit more if I don't. Melon points out though, as long as you look foreign, you're a white person in Singapore. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, I've got fucking story about this one as well. The same classmate who's from the Czech Republic said that basically in Europe there are hierarchies between which part of Europe you're from. If you're from Western Europe, you're treated with a lot more like clout basically than someone from Eastern Europe. But then once she comes to Singapore, everyone's like, oh, white person. And she's like, oh, okay. So this is how it feels to be treated like if I'm Western European. Because yeah, like let's be so for real. The fact that she's from the Czech Republic, which is somewhere that people from Singapore, like, we don't really meet a lot of people from Czech, right? So the fact that she's from somewhere, I don't want to use this word because it fucking sucks, but in a lot of people's eyes, it's a slightly more exotic location because we just haven't heard of it. It's a shame to say that, but that's how people view it. Like, oh, rare, wow. I hate that. I hate that for us, but that's the mindset I have witnessed. But yeah. And then they talk to her a lot more, they're a lot friendlier because they're curious and they want to learn about her home, and she's like, wow, people here are so friendly to me. Coco says such a disappointing foreigner. Man, man. Yeah, Coco, why don't you scold your why weren't you in the meeting talking back to the Japanese boss? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's unfortunate, Gaijin, unfortunately. It's just one of those identities people put upon people, and it's not your responsibility to live up to it. I feel black men in Singapore gaining white privilege. Joking. Oh god, oh my god. Oh my god. I've not witnessed that yet, but I feel like, okay, the university I'm in, we get quite a few like black American exchange students as well. And there I say, people are always more excited to talk to them than the white American exchange students because it's a different American perspective. Like it's like, god damn it, you're getting another American classmate. We're kind of sick of them. We get them a lot, but at least it's not a white American. Okay, no, I'm kidding. It's not serious. It's not serious. People are just excited when we get exchange students that are different from other exchange students. Because not tall, not blonde, and you can use chopsticks. Very disappointing. That's true. You don't get the work dinners where people can hee hee ha ha that the gaijin can't use chopsticks. And Melon didn't they do the study in Singapore about employment? Given the same resume, people prefer to hire white over Chinese over Malay people or something. Like a few years ago. I think I heard about that. Yeah. I vaguely remember that. Oh man, that's not pleasant, but I think yeah, it's still a bias yeah, that's present in Singapore, and it fucking sucks. In winter when bundled up, and then see Coco's face and be mistaken for Japanese, and then you see the flash of disappointment when they saw you as a gaijin. No, that's so sad though. Oh no. But it's genuinely kind of funny that like what based off height and the color of your hair, bundle up. They don't think you're foreign. Let me finish up the food. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Let's have ended. Welcome back, everyone. It'll be what, like 5 more minutes, I swear. I've got one last piece of meat. It's been a long ass lunch because I've just been fucking yapping with on the stream, whatever the hell. But you lied to them? Wait, how so? Did you just tell them you weren't foreign? Same thing. Oh, okay. Same thing. If I call a place and show up, they'd be surprised Pikachu face. I see. I see. I have heard your Japanese redeem on stream. You do sound very fluent. I get why they'd be confused. Don't look foreign enough, you guess? Yeah. Because all for say it with me now, all foreigners are tall and blonde. Yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah, that's a perception, I guess. I don't know. It's wild. Cultural assumptions about people and stuff. Man, there's so much to talk about when it comes not just about how people perceive themselves, how they form their own identity, but also how other people form like place identity onto people, and then how culturally that is different as well. Yeah. And same thing, right? I go about my day. I don't think I'm Singaporean, but then I come on stream and listen back I listen back to my audio sometimes and I'm like, damn, my accent's so fucking thick. Might as well lean into the fact I'm Singaporean and keep yapping about it. And then because I've got international viewers now, I'm suddenly cognizant of things that I would not otherwise be cognizant about. Because when I verbalize it out and I remember who's in my audience, and I remember how weird certain things may be. Not hating, you love that place with all your heart? Yeah, I get it, I get it. People do it here too. They see Asian and automatically assume they're Chinese. Yeah, a lot. Oh my god, yeah. A lot of the time. Like other countries, I feel people only know of the Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, and depending on which other countries, maybe the Vietnamese, they may remember Vietnam. Yeah. Mm, it's wild. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna go for a break. Okay, I'm gonna very quickly clear up my plates and stuff, and I'll be right back. Thank you so much for basically letting me get through my hour-long meal. But yeah, 1 minute. Okay, yes, we're back. Let me just double check what I may have missed. It's taking its time to load. Hold on. I think I need to use Kokone Sensei voice. I think I need to use Kokone Sensei voice when you stream to be kinder to ESL viewers. ESL, English Sign Language? I don't fully understand your question, Coco. Did I miss anything else while I was gone? Oh, my bad, my bad. Hold, 1 minute. Okay, no, I just trying to shift my mic and then okay. I've almost pushed my whole mic stand off the table. Yeah. Are you talking about when you speak in Japanese? Okay. So we've got a lot of people in other time zones who've just woken up. Not just Coco, many people, and they may have missed the first half of stream before I started eating for a full hour and a half about what I'm doing today. So in my title, I said that I don't like this drawing and I'm fixing it. This is the drawing we are talking about, the initial one. We went through what I think was what I didn't like about it, basically. First one being that I found the pose too stiff. So throughout most of it, I used the symmetry tool, and that ended up in a pose that was very stiff. But then when I tried to create some sense of movement, I unsymmetried parts of her hair and her clothes to make it look like it was blowing in the wind. But then, because I stopped thinking about the piece as a whole and started thinking about individually which parts can be moved, I it ended up making the wind direction a bit weird. So we see the hair is blowing towards the right side when all her clothes are blowing towards the left. And you may not pick up on it immediately, but then this strange flow of things basically maybe picked up on subconsciously, which makes it look weird. Yes, weird physics. Another thing that I didn't realize until I started going to the new sketch. Okay, let me make these full transparency. The stream is breaking up. Oh no, I hope it's not my end. I've been dropping a couple frames, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to unlock from not unlock. I'm gonna have to leave Okina stream because I think that's taking up my bandwidth, unfortunately. Because it looked like my frames only started to drop when I began looking in Okina chat. Uh, it's you? Okay. It may be both of us, cause my Wi-Fi's been spotty today. You're on a train, I see. I see. Let me know if you want me to repeat anything, by the way. Be happy to do so. We'll be here for some time more. Probably, like, let's be real, if we are all eating, if my whole family ate lunch as 3, we are probably not eating, like, a full dinner. Probably not cooking tonight. I'm probably, like, if I get hungry, I'm just gonna eat a sandwich or whatever. But yeah, where was I? Right. It's only after I started selecting the colors for these beads, right? And I decided I wanted more cool tone colors. Because I selected warm tone colors here, despite the fact that this character is one associated with the night and darkness. I was like, oh, let me pick cool tone colors. But then I went back towards the original saturation of things and I picked a very bright yellow. I realized something else that was slightly off in this piece is that there was quite a big lack of contrast in the colors, not just the warm tones. What I said about teacher Kokoni teacher voice comment. I'm not fully sure what you meant about that line, but ESL's viewers as in English Sign Language viewers, or was that a typo? And also when you say sensei voice, is it when you speak in Japanese or is it something else? Because I may have missed some things from your stream, and I'm missing context of what you meant by that whole line as a whole. Yeah. English second language. Okay. Oh, I'm not sure actually. Hmm. Under the ESL, you think? Oh, I can't. Okay, I can't say for sure. I feel like your normal voice is fine, and then the sensei voice is also fine. But I'm not. English is my first language, so I'm not a good judge of that. I don't know. I can't. I'm trying to think. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I'm the best judge for this. Just based off my saying, I was more conscious of my accent because I've got international viewers. That's true, but that's also because I think my words are the Singaporean accent makes when I speak in the Singaporean accent, my words tend to be very poorly enunciated. I slur vowels, I smear vowels together, and my consonants are very poorly pronounced. I think in general, the way you pronounce words, even in your normal question mark normal voice, the way you usually speak on stream and sensei voice, they're both quite well enunciated. So I think that won't be an issue. When you should be more conscious and try to speak more clearly. To be fair, speaking clearly would always help. I haven't found an issue with the way you speak so far, but then again, I watch a lot of British media, and I've got exposure to like the what's that word? Sliding scale of how thick UK accents can be. So I think your voice is already pretty clear to begin with. But yeah, if it's something you are conscious about, you could always try to just record bits of it in the way you normally speak. And then when it's more clearly enunciated, and see if it does anything to help, and see if it's something you can sustain for a long time. The thing is, I already speak a bit like that when I do presentations and stuff, just so my voice is clearer. So I know that this is something I can sustain and project for a long time. If like enunciating words makes your voice come from a more uncomfortable place, it shifts it from like your diaphragm to your throat or whatever, that may happen. May not be a good idea to like sustain it for a long time. I don't know. You don't really have a thick accent as you moved about so much, yeah. You definitely have a teacher voice where you're much more aware of how you're speaking. Ooh. I mean, you could always try. You could try. I, hmm. Yeah, I'm very conscious of my accent because here's the thing, right? This is a fun thing. Singaporeans hate listening to other Singaporean accents, like not straight up. I know Okina Waves hates listening to the Singaporean accent, and she only puts up with me because she's my friend. No, I'm kidding. But in general, Singapore media tends to really disfavor Singaporean accents. So it's something I'm super conscious about presenting. You do have a thick ass. Oh, yeah. No thick accent, but a thick ass. That's all we need. Okina hates me. Same Melon, we're in the same boat. Okina hates us. Probably subconsciously performing regardless. Oh, definitely. Definitely. To be fair, I've already drummed up the performance. The first couple of streams I ever did, my voice was a lot lower. I was still not enunciating as much. My voice as a whole was less animated. Very low, my very normal register and stuff. It's only after I listened back, and back then my mic was shit as well. Only after I listened back and realized how muffled everything was with the way I spoke, that I became consciously a lot a lot, no, sorry, became a lot more conscious and what's that word? Like precise with how I pronounce words. Ha, 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 ha. Are you okay now? I was just saying how much you hate me and my Singaporean accent. I don't know if Okina can listen right now. Maybe not, maybe not. She's streaming. But no, I'm just conscious about the Singaporean accent. So many like Singaporeans themselves hate listening to the Singaporean accent. Even in like our media, our like radio DJs, our actors and actresses all have a slightly like less. It's either less of a Singaporean accent or just straight up foreign accent. Oh, first mic was awful. Yeah, mine too. Mine was a 30 or 40 $30 $40 secondhand mic, which I bought about 2 years ago because at that point I was working on a project with my professor where we had to interview people and stuff. And we literally just needed something that wasn't an iPhone mic. Not iPhone, like just not a smartphone mic. So I got something secondhand that picked up background noise like a bitch and picked up lower registers very. It picked up both very low and high noises. So let's say the rumbling of a car and the wind, like the howling of the wind, it would pick those up. And then that meant it picked up like my fan noises and only the low notes of my voice and none of the higher notes of my voice, which made everything very muffled. Yours was your work headset. Oh my god, I have so much fucking respect. No, the thing that you can start streaming with anything, including your work headset, including a $40 mic, which was I don't even know what it was designed for. Definitely not streaming. Not even interviews, man. Not even interviews. I love your voice though, that's why you won't fucking leave. I appreciate it. I have been told by several people that they like my voice and I'm always in awe at it. To be fair, I only like my voice because after I transitioned, my voice genuinely got like blessed by testosterone. And it's much lower than I ever thought it could be, so I love the sound of my own voice now. But it's for that reason and not because of the accent. Figured it out before you spend. Because you tried it out before you spend money. Exactly. Exactly. Same thing, right? That's why a lot of my assets and shit were kind of slapped together. Because I thought I would go live once and never go live again. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna invest time and money into this. I'm just gonna hit live once. And if I like it more, I can upgrade in the future. But I'll never, if like, let's say, right? Let's say if I'm one of those people who had 2K to drop on a custom live 2D model. If I drop 2K on a model and I decide I hate streaming, like I'm never getting that back. Probably not. Like, unless me and the artist strike up a deal where I can sell it back to them and then they can sell it to someone else. But that's so much hassle and that's also such like it's a waste of effort as well, because that means branding, a lot of communication with the artist. That's time they won't get back to communicate. You had no idea you were trans when you first started watching it. That helps. Okay. It helps. It helps. Several people have told me that, and it's funny every single time. Little gender you fire on me? Yeah, thank you, Coco. Oh my god. Okay, not listening. And the thing is, oh my god. Not just you and Melon, right? Melon is extremely funny because I've been in voice calls with Melon in Okina's server way longer than way before I started streaming. I have had IRL friends say they didn't know I was trans, solely based on the fact that my voice passes really well. If you've seen me in real life, yes, exactly. Melon knew I was trans but thought I was MTF. Which is genuinely one of the funniest fucking things. And Melon's not the only one who's made that mistake, which makes it even funnier to me that several people in real life have thought that. And like, if you look at me physically, like physically, I don't pass very well. It's just based on my voice alone that like people are like, yep. You were assigned male at birth somehow. Seeing you right now, dude. You're seeing me talk on a screen. You don't see me waist down and you don't see my fat ass. I'm kidding. My huge ass gives me away. Help! I keep trying to go to the men's bathroom, but the clap of my ass. No, I'm not gonna finish that train of thought. Smashable elf, yeah, let's fucking go. To be fair, in the current form that I am, I've gone for the cute and not sexy route. One day though, when I get about to my Life 2D model, I'm gonna be so fucking sexy. I still don't know if I want to keep the lotus-shaped titty window because I think it's excessive to a comical degree, but it's also funny. Right? Okay, I'm gonna save this real quick. We're gonna go pop over to my planned Life 2D art. Where is it? Kuvatu? I think it's Kuvatu. Right? This is what I plan my Life 2D art to look like. If you haven't dropped by last stream, this was what parts of what we were working on. But I wanted a titty cutout. Initially it was just okay, let me just paint over it on this layer. Why not? Initially it was just this one leaf cutout. And be cute and sexy, that's how you live your life. Exactly. Right? I'm thinking more in terms of art style. I think I've got a really cute face, but I want it to be kind of sexier. I think this is what my face looks like. I wanted the chest cut out. It was just this initially, right? Just this leaf shape. But then I realized if it was a lotus shape, it would be so fucking funny. But I don't have enough lotus motifs on me. Despite the fact that that's what my name means. So seeing where else it could be included that wasn't too bullshit, and I thought the chest cut out. And probably as an embroidery on my back would be cute. Yeah, even without the back, I wanted it to translate. I was like, how do we do that? How do we do that? Chest cutout. Either that or my necklace can become a lotus flower somehow, or my belt can have it. But then my belt may not be visible if I'm doing like chest up. So yeah, that's the train of thought. Lotus flower titty cutout. Would be cute, would be cute. I'll see, I can toggle it on and off. It's just as easy as putting two slabs of whatever the fuck color this is, black, over where the cutout would be to hide the bad boys and then unhiding it to show off the goods. But yeah. This may be the Kuva you guys see sometime down the line instead of always just the little PNG I am right now. Yeah. Let's get back to this. I'll probably work on Nettie's art a little bit before we end stream later. I'll probably focus on this today. Because I want to make this a YouTube video of sorts as well. But I don't want to try and create other content around my art. Because there's nothing more I fear than the corporate shackles. Not really, not really. Actually, having a stable job would be kind of fucking sexy. But yeah, if I can make content creation work for me, I'll do it. If I can't, so be it. I've never fully concentrated on content creation, even when I've had free time in the past, because I didn't like the thought of turning art into content. But in my head, I realized once I separate the two, and I realized content creation is its own game and art is its own game. And there are ways to marry the two things, right? To do what I want to draw, but then make it fit within what an audience and algorithm wants from me. There's a way to marry that, I think. Biddy's out 24/7. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't spoil you guys. They can't be out all the time. It's like okay. So okay, once you've eaten sweet thing, if you eat sweet things a lot, your threshold for sweet starts to rise up as well. So you can't be eating sweet things all the time, just as you can't have kuva biddies all the time, because then you get desensitized to them as a treat and you forget to appreciate them. So they're gonna have to be covered up sometime. Make it a redeem. You're right. I should. 1K titties out, not titties out. I have seen streamers with a titty out redeem. No male streamers with a titty out redeem. You could just remove the black undershirt from my cardigan for all I care. That could actually be a really funny redeem. Our tutorial content is popular views wise. Yeah. Okay. Thing is, it's popular. It's popular. I got mild amounts of imposter syndrome that tell me that I'm not good enough at art to be teaching people art. But then, like, people have come to my stream and asked questions, not just Kokone. So I clearly have some insights to share. And I've been doing digital art for over 10 years. And in my head, I've not been professional for many years of it. So I'm like, oh yeah, people know more about it than me, but like, that's me fucking for like 10 years is so long. Call it fit change? Don't call it biddies out. Don't wanna upset daddy. You're right. You're right. Doge Master says Kuva titties to be gate kept for good reason. Exactly. You get it, Doge. You get it. Can you guys hear that? The birds are back. It's 5 p.m. Birds are back. Teaching's a good way to... Yeah. You can hear them. Teaching's a good way to improve. You're right. You're right. Being cognizant of my art and having to verbally describe what I'm doing, why I'm doing, my thought process and stuff has helped me really remember the fundamentals at times where I tend to gloss over them and just go through the motions. And that's helped, right? Streaming my art like that has helped. Art's a never-ending journey. You're right. That's why, right? That's another huge thing that's been on my mind. It's that like art, you constantly grow and constantly improve. There's no one point at which you are finally good enough, because once the imagination you had of good enough, like let's say a year ago, is different from good enough today. And your current today might actually be last year's good enough. You guys know what I'm fucking talking about, incoherent as that is. You guys know, right? But yeah, right? You're always growing, and if you wait for the point where you're good enough, that point's never coming. You just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. Just draw with a sketch till it sucks less. You could do that, but I think what I did today, the exercise in hold on, my file saving, let me switch screens. There we go. The exercise in very critically looking at your own work and what you like or don't like about it. Right? Like let's be I really like the way I did the lighting. I think the lighting or the reds they pop fucking hard. I think the eyes are a bit too detailed because printed out you won't be able to see the irises, so I need to remember that. Not irises, sorry. The funny little lines here. I need to remember that. Things like the coloring itself is fine, like the shading. So like yeah, being like cognizant of stuff like that. But as I was saying, yeah, never good enough. Melon says the last good for this year enough. Yes, Melon. Thank you for the very succinct, correct summary of what I said. Unless, God forbid, my cut out and that's all you heard, and everyone's too silent because I said raw bullshit. Don't know if you can do that yet. You'll get there. You'll get there. It comes with. Okay, what helps is looking at artwork that you like. You start from what you like, and you start from very critically thinking about why you like it. And going back to your fundamentals, right? So things like composition, contrast. You're so early in your art journey, that's true. You only just got brave enough to flip the canvas. That's true, that's true. That's true. Giving and receiving criticism is a skill in and of itself. I did 3 years of graphic design school and 2 years before that of like fine arts in the fucking public school system, in which I have become not only immune to criticism but desperate for it. Copy Kuva's homework, got it? I wouldn't say copy my work, but if you use my work as an example, God fucking help you if you have. What about it? Do you like basically? You don't have to. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Good God, I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me what you like about my work. I'm scared. But yeah, just know what it is about pieces that you like and how you want to achieve it. I is much better than your skill set right now. That's your eye will help you. Having a good eye for things will help you. Like, I'm not kidding. You need to. If you're doing visual art, you need to visual before you can art. I'm fucking putting that on a t-shirt. I'm copywriting it. Anyway, I love your colors. They're so bright and vibrant. Aw, thank you. Yes, okay. Okay. And then that's step one, right? Because the thing is, colors never end up as you see it. Colors generally they work with other colors. It's not just one yellow and black. We've got yellow and red and beige and orange. How do you select colors that pop against each other? Things like that. Wisest words ever said. Thank you, Melon. You understand. Melon so gets me today. Alongside that and what was it? Last good eat for this year enough. Yes. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. I can point to. Oh my God. Okay. The line weights are different here. I don't know. Yeah, I want to make a series about how to analyze visual art for both artists and non-artists because I think okay, I'm going to go off on a slight tangent. We're going on the scenic route again. I have some points to make. First of all, I thought okay, Johnny, change the orange you use for your hair after you drew God Blast, really? Oh damn. Oh damn. God life-changing God Blast. Yeah, I vaguely remember that I color picked off your existing reference, but yes, I didn't. But okay, thing is, right? We're gonna talk about AI art for a minute again, because that's constantly on everyone's mind. I think people can say stuff like AI art is ugly, but the technology will only it's ugly, it's soulless. Those things are subjective, and technology will only continue to improve if you say that beauty and soul are what constitutes an artwork. when AI manages to generate something that passes the threshold of what's beautiful enough, what's soulful enough for the general public, they're not going to see the argument that artists make. What are good arguments are things like, oh, it steals, it's art theft, it's trained off hundreds, thousands, millions even, images that people did not consent to being used. It's a copyright issue, it's illegally obtained. Good arguments. Environmental hazard, good arguments, right? Because until they find a way to make generative AI more environmentally friendly, that is genuinely my main reason as to why I don't use it. Second, okay, one of my main reasons, the other one is cognitive decline, and the other one is solidarity for creatives, artists, writers, photographers who've had their work stolen. But yes, environmental concerns, huge one. Another thing though, actually, what I feel is the fucking sin of AI art, and why I don't think it's ever going to replace human work, is that you cannot be intentional with AI art. AI stuff, okay, AI stuff, let's call it that, right? Let's be so fucking for real. It's not art. I have seen AI, generative AI, applied in artistic projects very well. There's this one fine art exhibition I attended earlier this year, where the theme of it was a productivity campaign in the 50s in Singapore that has resulted in work, basically work, employment, money, work being the lens through which Singapore sees a lot of things. So even very close relationships like between partners and between family, it ends up about work. Sometimes if you, let's say, if you leave early in the day, your partner's like, oh, have a good day at work. You come back, how's work? You send, it's from the 50s, right? So there's records, people sending letters to their parents. Like, oh, I'm in Hong Kong currently. My job has been treating me very well. We've been eating good. I'll be able to send remittance home by like the 13th. So like so many things get framed around the lens of work and productivity. Campaigns are like, don't fall sick, don't fall sick, don't miss a day of work. You don't want to burden your team, so wash your hands, shit like that. And one huge fucking wall of the exhibition, where they put up the exhibition text and credits, the entire background was just a conversation with ChatGPT. Straight up, responses from ChatGPT and all. So the wall would be like, how do I increase my productivity? And there's a reply, and then the human replies, I've already tried that. Let's say, how do I cut down the amount of time I spend on emails? And it's just a very long back and forth like that. And I thought that was fucking genius, because in context of that exhibition about productivity, the reason why generative AI is so prevalent today, especially in Singapore, in the workplace, in unis, is because people are desperate to be productive. They're desperate to save time. They're desperate to have some things done easier for them so they can either focus on something else or just put in less effort, because like, let's be real, the rat race is so fucking like, it's suffocating. So any relief from that is a win. And having generative AI be included in the medium to be used so intentionally, that fucking slap. Like it, I have my problems with AI, but like in this context, it's used so well. Productivity isn't ideal. Literally the same findings you got from observing the hospital. Exactly. 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 People in Singapore, you get well so you can go back to work, basically. And you avoid going to see the doctor so you don't have to miss work. And you want your surgery to be successful and to fully recover from like your fucking cancer or whatever, so you can go back to work. All things like that. That's what the exhibition was about. But it looked more at it from the lens of close relationships and stuff. And I thought that was fascinating to look at. And I really like how intentional they were with the exhibition layout and elements which use generative AI. So that's the thing, right? When I find out a piece of art is piece of image I see is AI generated, it immediately kills my interest. Not because it's AI generated. That is like the base, that is part of it. But it's because it's AI generated that I know there's no fucking intention put behind it. Someone's had intention in selecting what was the best thing that like fucking Mid Journey put out of like 10 things. They pick the one best thing, upload online. That's the only intention. They selected keywords to put in to generate something. Yes, that's intention. And those are things that people who use generative AI claim is effort and work. But like the result that we see, the image that they put on social media and try to pass off as human made art, or they don't try to pass off as human made art, they try to say it's better or whatever the fuck. The image in and of itself has no intention. You cannot analyze why someone's in this pose. You cannot analyze why they're at this angle because they never picked this angle. A machine statistically said that this was the most likely angle that shit would be at. Like there's just nothing. There's nothing to look at and critique artistically because it's not a piece of art. No for real thought process went behind like the different elements of the image. There's no skill. You don't need skill to make a good piece of art. Like you don't need skill in the traditional sense. You don't need to be like the fucking best at shading. But art is also conveying emotions and idea, and a machine cannot do that for you. If you shit posted and drew something on MS Paint, we would be able to read your intentions better. Finding keywords to get what they want is a huge waste of time. They could have spent the hours they claim doing that to practice instead. Exactly. The thing is, there are so many resources online now that teach you how to do very targeted art practice where you can get so much, like you could actually get good if you claim that you are spending hours finding keywords. Melon's got good insight. Melon says when I was reading students' essays and can spot when they use ChatGPT, you ask them why they use certain words or sentences and then they can't answer you. Melon's also always telling them why come for me. Why go to Melon for feedback if you can't bother to write the thing? Exactly. Holy shit. Holy shit. Why ask you for feedback? That's such a good question. This is another thing that I saw once and it stuck with me. If you if you didn't bother to write something, why would someone bother to read it? Like really, all the people out there who are trying to AI generate books, if they didn't give a shit enough to write it, why would someone care about reading it? And like, I guess okay, this is in part due to the commodification of art that social media has kind of encouraged in a way, right? Like where people end up just seeing art and writing as just a fucking pretty thing or a quick thing that you scroll through on your way to work. Or God fucking forbid something to jerk off to. But like it's partially how quick art has like quickly art is consumed and then forgotten about on social media, which is a shame. But also the biggest combat against that I love to do and that I recommend people do is for you to stop when you see art, if you've got the headspace for it, and to very specifically comment what you notice and what you like about it. Especially if there are small details that you notice that you like. If it's just a vibe overall, feel free to comment on that, stuff like that. You know, be an audience member. It's not hanging in the fucking roof or whatever the hell, but like someone has put time into drawing something, and it's nice. It's a nice feeling when you get a comment that notices a lot of small things, and it's also a nice feeling when you stop and smell the roses. Ina says that all the time. I do not know what that's in reply to. Probably the why who reads something no one bothered to write. Melon ethically jerks off. Can I? I'm so tempted to pin that, but I'm not going to out of respect. But no, here's the thing. Okay, you right, some of you know. Oh my fucking god! What you do it, coward? You asked for it, melon. Watermelon Rowlet, you asked for it. You've got less than 10 seconds to stop me. Okay, it's up. It's up. This is my legacy. Yes, it is, Rowlet. Yes, it is. No, okay, but I was saying, you guys know I have a NSFW account. It's very funny. Sometimes I draw stuff and like I had NSFW accounts, not on Kusasvana, but the one I had before this. I do some very specific kinks at times, and then I would get people replying to be like, yes, finally someone, like a human who's drawing this and it's not AI slop. And well, thanks for jacking off ethically. I appreciate the support. This is so funny. I don't know. I think it's really funny. What was I talking about? Yeah, intentionality. That's something that um the machines can never replace. That's why actually I feel like the fine arts industry is not as nervous about generative AI, especially in Singapore's fine art scene. Because the contemporary art scene here is kind of wacky as shit. And mediums have become very esoteric in a fun way. And there are just like you can have an idea that just simply cannot be executed by AI. Something that stood out to me, I saw, I think what, last year, end of last year. I don't know if it's still there. I don't think it's there anymore, the exhibition. There was this one, okay, three canvases suspended in a hole in the wall so you can see the front and back of the canvases. But the main figures on each canvas were made out by packages of medicine, specifically medicine used to treat HIV or AIDS. And the figures were of people, and the comment was basically, I feel like my entire life is being defined by this illness. And it's heartbreaking, and I cannot remember the artist's name. But it's stuff like that that's in the contemporary art scene in a lot of Singapore and Southeast Asia. It's really fucking good stuff, and it's heartbreaking, and it's so personal. And the mediums have gotten so wacky that like just machine could not touch it. I think not well, at least. Like if you change the medium from something like that, you just miss a lot of the message, I feel. Yeah. So yeah, that's something I want to try and encourage through any short form, long form video as well, for people to create art with intention and then look at it with intention, because that's the future basically. Like human stories incorporated into every single piece of art, every piece of media put out. Your story in particular, irreplaceable. I feel like this arm is me is a bit weird. I guess tutorial stuff is popular. Something that I haven't seen that much of yet, which I think would be useful, is probably how to give good critiques and how to receive criticism. As I said, I got that shit trained into me from years of studying art and graphic design in formal institutions. Where if someone only has something good to say about my work, I'm like, okay, I appreciate it very much. Especially in a formal setting, if it's only good thing, I'm okay. Then what? Then what? How do I improve? How do I improve? In social media, I completely understand why it's positive only. In fact, I subscribe to the idea that you shouldn't give criticism to someone who doesn't ask for it. Because if you're not ready for it, it's really discouraging. Alright, Bloom, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. But as I was saying, yeah, I don't know. I'm always just looking for how do I improve this, like this current piece. I think, okay, since we've got a couple new people that missed the start of stream, I'm currently redrawing this piece that I did a couple months back. And in and of itself, right, like it's an okay drawing. Like it's okay. There's nothing glaringly wrong with it. It's a very minor things, but yeah, once I look like at it again critically, I can improve it a lot more. I feel like it's got more energy, more personality, way more dynamism, colors, vibrant, popping against each other. There's more contrast, stuff like that, stuff like that. How do you treat art more critically, but not like critically in like a bad way, in an objective construct, not objective, sorry, constructive. That's the word. How do you give constructive criticism? How do you take criticism? Yeah, it's important for growth if you want to grow. And I also get on social media, a lot of people just do not want to grow in skill. They are just drawing for fun as a hobby, just to like just let out some emotions, and they don't need to care that anatomy is like good or whatever. So criticism can put people off, and it can be discouraging. So yeah, don't give criticism to people who don't ask explicitly for critiques. And even then, make sure it's like, what's that word? What's that word? Constructive. Say stuff you like, say stuff you don't like, and say what you think can be improved. Like what you don't like in the form of what can be improved, basically. And even though I like receiving critiques on art, I also don't like when it's unsolicited. I've got a friend IRL who gives like backhanded compliments a lot, and I don't like it. But they think they're genuinely helping me with like criticism, and it's not, and I don't know how to break it to them. Well, yeah, one of my IRL friends sees me drawing a lot because they are someone I knew from uni. So we used to spend a lot of time together in classes and stuff. And they say stuff like, wow, you've improved a lot. I remember last time. Let's just I can't think something's not coming to mind. Like last time, like the way you drew hair used to be like really stiff, or like your shading didn't used to make sense, like shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck? In my head, I'm like, what? What? And I'm like, wow, thanks. And like, I'm clearly displeased about what they said. And they'll try to defend themselves, like, hey, I'm just trying to help you. And I'll just be like doodling stuff for fun, right? I'll be coloring stuff that I'm not gonna do anything with. Like, let's say there was it's someone wearing armor, and that armor has like a little bit of leather on the sides, and like, I'll just be like drawing out shapes and like trying to paint metal, and that friend would be like, "Oh, this looks good, but I think like it's like the clothes are really stiff. It would help if there's more movement." And I get that one's constructive, but I feel like we're not in a setting where I've asked for any criticism, and it feels like I don't know. Like I'm just doodling shit in class. Sometimes you do not need to feedback to me, if that makes any sense. Like there's a time and a place, right? There's a time and a place for criticism. And I do appreciate criticism and constructive criticism, but time and place, time and place. I do not need it on doodles. I never actually prompt any of it. I don't even ask what do you think about it. They just kind of lean over and give me their thoughts. And I've never once asked for their thoughts. Stuff like that, it's okay. I think online I'm a lot more open to criticism. A lot of the times on social media, sometimes not recently, but within the captions of posts and stuff, I say that I'm open to constructive feedback. So if I receive it online, it's fine. But it's just like settings, right? Casual settings where I'm just doodling. And I'm told stuff like that, and it's kind of annoying. Unsolicited as well, yeah. Oh, 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 my bad. I didn't realize it started. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Welcome back, everyone. Oops, okay. Long story short, OBS is a bit silly today, so I'm not usually using the Twitch chat. I'm displaying Mix It Up chat and I'm reading chat off my phone so I don't get notified with the countdown when ads start and end, and I just didn't realize they started. My bad. What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't draw the perfect line art, shadows, textures, colors? Yeah, yeah, man. Why aren't you sketching? Why aren't you doodling? And your proportions aren't perfect. It's okay. It's a very minor thing. But it does annoy me when I receive it. Yeah, okay. This is okay. This Speaking about classmates who see me draw in class, a couple times now I've had classmates who also simply use the brush of God. Exactly, okay, nah. You know what's up. I've had classmates, okay. Sometimes I'll be in a new class and the teacher will make us do self-introduction. And my fun fact is that I like to draw full stop. I never elaborate. Sometimes I've got people sitting near me who also like to draw. And then they start up a conversation and they're like, oh, what do you like to draw? And I'm like, oh, I like drawing people. I do digital art and I like drawing people. And they're like, cool, I like to draw animals with colored pencils. Right? Okay. And then they're like, hey, can I see your art? Sure. And I pull a drawing up on my phone. I pull up one drawing, I pull out a drawing that like doesn't clearly have my watermark on, so they can't see my social media's profiles. And they're like, holy shit, you're so good. You're like professional. I'm like, haha, thanks. And they don't need to know how long I've done commissions for. And they inevitably, because there's so many fucking business students in my school, inevitably one of them's a business student and they follow up with, hey, do you take commissions? And I'm like, sometimes, haha. Not when I'm busy. And they're like, you should. It'd be a great side hustle. And they don't know. Haha, they don't know. But then like, usually I'll be like, hey, can I see your art? Because I'm curious, and it's a courtesy thing, right? Because I've showed them mine, and I'm curious. I want to see theirs. If they got a social media thing going on, I'll follow them with my private account, with the account with my human government name, as a show of support for another artist. Sometimes I ask. A lot of them don't post. A lot of them do. And they're just doing it as a hobby, right? They'll say like, oh yeah, I like drawing, but I haven't drawn in like this year. And it's like fucking April. I'm like, oh, I see. Yeah, like it gets busy. That's cool. And throughout the rest of class, I'm just there on my tablet cranking out a commission. It feels very coughing baby hydrogen bomb when I do that. They don't need to know. It's fine. I don't know. It's fun. It's fun when I several different kinds of hobbies, right? So another one that I really love eavesdropping in on is when people say that their hobby is dancing. Because inevitably in every class you'll get someone who's like on the school dance team who's won 3 competitions, or someone who's on some kind of national team, or someone who's a ballet teacher, and then you'll get a guy who does TikTok dances in his bedroom, and they're all just kind of congregating talking about how they love dancing and its different art forms and they're at different levels, and it's cute. It's really cute to witness that. It's just funny to know that I'm the hydrogen bomb if your hobby is art. To be fair, there are also a lot of like professional artists in my school. Not professional, like not professional, like employed as an artist. A lot of freelancers who do commissions, do conventions. And I know because along the way, I end up like meeting a friend of a friend kind of thing. Or we just end up in the same circles online, and then suddenly we realize we're in the same school. Or like we are just friends because we like drawing, and then slowly we open up and both find that we are both freaks who draw 24/7 and stuff like that. So there are a lot of people who like, yeah, they monetize their art, basically treat it some amount of professionally. And it's always fun to meet someone who does that as well in Singapore. In my school, when we're at relatively similar stages of life, and it feels like someone gets it. Oh my god, there are also okay. This is slightly unrelated. Slightly related, unrelated, whatever. Once upon a time, my school put out an email to the whole student body saying that XYZ company, that's I don't remember what it was actually, but I think it was quite fucking bullshit. I'll continue the story and you'll understand what I mean by bullshit company. It was a big one, by the way, big name. Imagine a bank. Imagine a bank. I don't think it was a bank, but it gave me the same vibes as a bank. The school was like, hey, company Y is putting out is holding a influencer competition. Oh, they are looking for influencers from Singapore's universities to uh create fucking content for them basically. Like they were looking for people who could create like the best TikTok, and there was a competition and there was going to be money, but you'd have to submit your like profile pictures and there were like voting on stuff based on the number of likes. And it felt like a scam to get uni students desperate to become full-time influencers to post about a bullshit bank, basically something that would not gel with a university student's lifestyle, not like naturally. Like if it was, let's say, like a bubble tea thing, a matcha brand, clothes even, fucking Shein, that makes sense. But it was something that was very corporate, and I don't know how they wanted it to work out. But I read the email and like, oh, and it was like winner gets like 1,000K or something. Something that like, let's be so for real, is that company wanted to hire like 3 full-time content creators, like people who produce, let's say, short videos for them, graphics, advertising. They could afford it. They could afford it. They could afford full teams. They just wanted to skimp out on paying an influencer so it could look like someone organically likes their product and wants to promote their product. Because let's be real, no one would try to organically interact with them otherwise. Who is commenting on a bank's posts? Who's following a bank on Instagram? Fucking no one. No one. I get why they held the competition. They want that like kind of youth buzz around their company, but it makes zero sense for them. I should have kept tabs on the competition. I might be able to find past entries, but I should have kept tabs on it to see how it went because I'm so curious. I think to a degree, social media can be gamed. That's what I've been saying today, right? Social media is its own game. Been learning how to play it after years of ignoring the game. It can be gamed, but I wonder to what extent. Getting 0.5 interest is so slay. Exactly. I put $50 into my bank account and I got back 5 cents after a whole year of not touching it. Whoa! Let's be real. Singaporean uni student, that's the numbers we're working with. If there's even 50 in the account to begin with, probably less. No, you get two kinds of uni students, perpetually broke, or um absolute hustlers saving for the future who actually knows what they're doing with money, and then they've got actually solid savings in their bank account. I have had friends who've worked, oh my god, they work full time, not full time, they work part time but consistently throughout uni, and they're really careful with money and they graduate with good savings. And I know people who have to work to sustain themselves in the now, and they don't have a lot of savings but they're not perpetually broke. And I know people who are perpetually broke. Like, oh my god. And oh, they make baffling decisions. It's really funny. It's half of the time it's because they're so shit with self-control, even into their big age. There are things, okay, that are genuinely struck like, hey, poverty is real, income inequality is so real in Singapore. But all of the perpetually broke people I know are people who get allowances from their parents and don't work. I watched someone once buy jewelry in class, like, okay, question mark, ex-friend of mine once bought like a $300 bracelet in class, impulse purchase. And oh my god. And she's, oh my god. Okay. I'm just having flashbacks. I'm just having flashbacks. Give me a minute to finish the flashbacks. I didn't do the frills here correctly. I'm actually really shit at drawing frills, but I think these are too stiff actually. I might just like redo them fully. Bruh, yeah. Oh my god. She does stuff like that. She does stuff like that. And then like a week later she'll say things like, hey, I really want to go to this concert, but I'm broke. And I'm like, yeah, we know why. We know why. We know why. You impulse buy so many things. Flashbacks loading, flashbacks over. Let's end this conversation because I cannot handle thinking about this particular ex-friend of mine. Sometimes you wonder if people who are broke also do so because they didn't have the agency to buy stuff as a kid. You might be right about that. They may not have had opportunities to learn how to like save stuff properly as a kid and like how to spend wisely and then save wisely. That's true. That's true. That could be a thing. Oh my god, okay. I need the flashbacks to end. We need to change topic. We need to change topic. What's okay? Let's not. Oh, okay. Okay. I know for the past week I've been stressing about one particular project on stream. Every single time I get a text message or an email relating to it, I also get flashbacks and full body shudders. That project is starting to look up slowly. I don't know what fucking hand of God has blessed me and my group project. It's called I fucking relentlessly email people and I remind them about our emails if they don't reply within 5 days. No hand of God. Hard work. It's panning out. We needed to get interviews from people, and we've now crossed the threshold of I think bare fucking minimum for us all to pass the subject. And the project was going so badly that we were actually worried we would not get bare minimum. So now that we've crossed bare minimum, it's a cause for celebration. Yeah, yeah, that's all. That's all. Good news, good news. Emails. Let's talk about emails. I am really good at writing emails. I didn't realize that was a skill until I've read the way my classmates write emails, but like, I'll be fucking damned if it is a skill. Thing is, sometimes you're taught how to write an email in class, and some of it can apply, but when you're writing to corporate clients, as we often do for like when we request interviews, right? We're writing to someone from corporate. The most important principle to bear in mind in Singapore is that you cannot waste someone's time. They need to very immediately understand what you're requesting, what you want out of them, shit like that, right? If you want to meet in person, when, where, what you want to know from them. Hi, Estelle. Welcome in. I'm talking about emails. I've seen the drafts that people put up, like, where they think beating around the bush is polite, or they think like that's the that's a polite tone of conversation. No, the most polite thing you can do is not waste the businessman's time. Upfront subject line, request for interview. Yeah. Second line, university project. We want, let's say, okay, this is not the project. I'm not gonna dox myself via the project I'm working on. So let's say, hey, we are looking for alumni who are successful in the workforce. And we want to interview you at your workplace. And it's going to be on the school's website and the school's social media. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. Make it fucking clear as shit. So they don't have to keep clarifying. So they immediately know what they're gonna be agreeing to. I think I thought that was common sense. I don't like the way her skirt looks. I'm so sorry. We are gonna have to switch it again. I've been yapping for so long. But I just don't like the way the shape of the skirt looks. Stuff like that. I don't know. Thought it was common sense. I know people beat around the bush. Hope this email finds you well. We humbly request that you allow us to speak to you on your success so far in the workforce. We would like to interview it. We would like to interview you and have it recorded on film and photograph. And it's just that it is so long-winded. I guess it comes with trading. As I said in the past, I followed my professor around and helped her interview subjects and shit. So I've been privy to the way she writes emails, and I think they're a great way because she subscribed to the idea of as efficient as possible, as clear as possible. And I found that has been massively fucking successful. So yeah, yeah. I also I don't know if I talked about this on stream before, maybe not. During the same course of that project, right? The previous interview project with just one particular as a research assistant and one particular professor as a research assistant. Me and that professor ended up communicating back and forth so much that we just dropped all email formalities. Not her, because I think should anything with the project like need to be reviewed, our internal emails may be like important, right? In case let's say I fuck something up and we miss a deadline and we need to like refer back to the email and maybe she needs to submit that email to confirm that like hey, it was an internal cock up, whatever, right? She kept her formalities. The dears, the highs, the yours sincerelys. I gave up like a month in. I was signing off with emojis. To her. Not to the clients. No, never to the clients. But oh my god. Great to look back upon. My favorite sign off after some point, I would my go-to formal not formal, my go-to formal casuals email sign off is your what's that, warm regards. After a point, I started sneaking in worm regards, as in WORM regards to the email to the professor, and she never once commented on it. I think because she knew the bullshit that I got up to, I just could not be bothered to bring it up because it would only encourage me. But it was either worm regards or the smiling sunglass emoji. Those became my favorite sign-offs. I really hope that the uni has not needed any of those emails. Probably not. Probably not. I think I would have been informed if they did. Yeah, warm regards. But like I just like to think that somewhere out there school admin has it on file that I sign off emails with warm regards. Emails are too formal. I'd not correct someone if they sign off randomly. That's true. That's true. The thing is, I was seeing this professor in person all the time. Half of the time, our emails were literally just so she could get like dates and like our agreements on paper. Like, let's say we submit a proposal that we would finish this, how many interviews by, let's say, 10th November. But then, like, 8th November rolls around and we are like, okay, we are going to need to extend this. Can you send it to me as an email so we have it on paper? I'm like, sure. And that's what I do. And I sign it off at work regard. So she could she's gonna see me in person in 3 days time and she can be like, why the hell did you write worm? Was that a typo or are you stupid? And she never did. Never did. But that's true. If I received, even if I'm one day out there and doing something important with my life and someone worm regarded me, I'd not bet a fucking eye. I'd laugh and I'd never mention it. Nor would it decrease my impression of someone. To be fair, if it was a shit sign off, like forever in love with you, I would judge them. If it was a funny one, I wouldn't care. feel like her shirt's too big now. I feel like her shirt's too big and her skirt looks very silly small in comparison. I am thinking about proportionally how to fix it. I think having it start from here and not further out into the arm will help a lot. I think it's maybe not been an issue with the skirt, but more how big the shirt is, which makes the proportions look off kilter. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pop out for a real quick minute. I've run out of water and I'm gonna get some more. Not gonna BRB because it'll just be less than a minute maybe. Yeah, I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm gonna grab some water. Feel free to grab something while I'm out. Okay, we're back. Because since I'm gonna sign my work emails with God Blast, that's actually a brilliant idea. I should start doing that as well. Not just the word God's Blast, also with the emote of my face. I should sign in with sign in. Start my salutations with God Blast, like good morning, and then end it off with God Blast. Yes. Exactly, God Blast in chat. Hmm. Okay, I fixed the kind of size issue with the shirt. Now the skirt. Now the skirt. Let me just go see real quick online how other people draw the lace on her skirt. Because it's not part of her canon design, but I think it's really cute nonetheless. Unless I don't do it, actually not a lot of people do it. But still not draw lace. I don't know. Because there's gonna be white on her socks anyway, so the white's gonna be continued down there. Hmm. It's not common nor uncommon for it to be lace or laceless. I think at this point a matter of personal preference. I think I'll keep it off because there's so many characters with lace trim skirts. And I think just having one without's kind of a unique point in and of itself. So yeah. I'll do it without lace. And I know, I think this is exactly my thought process. Last time around, I didn't draw lace on her skirt either. Right? No lace. I thought it might look cute with lace. I think it will be cute, but I also think I just kind of like how simple her canon outfit is. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think this size looks a bit better. It's not as fluffy. It's not as fluffy. I could have it be poofier on either side. I might try a new tactic. Mm. Hi, Lynn. Hope by just to say hi and hope that stream is going well. Yeah, stream's been pretty fun so far. We've been working on this drawing and trying to improve it from the previous version of it that I did. And I think I'd say it's going pretty well. I hope you've had a good day. It's either really late at night or really early for you right now, so I hope everything's going fine. I appreciate you dropping by. I'm gonna draw her legs separately on another layer underneath the skirt. I'm gonna color it, and I'm gonna move them independently as and when I need to. Because I've realized about like drawing skirts and shit, right? I end up getting the proportions of legs wrong all the time. So just having them like exist on a separate layer probably would help in adjusting stuff as and when I need to. Almost 5 a.m. Oh damn. Oh, that's early. Good morning. Or good night. You're cleaning? Oh man, through the night? I hope. Oh, okay. I hope if you're going to bed then that you get a good rest. But I've been cleaning a lot recently as well. After the recent bout of renovations, we've been trying to replace some of the older furniture. We've been moving stuff and cleaning stuff a lot. And it takes so much out of me. To be fair, it's all deep cleans and just like bits of the house which have been covered by furniture for like fucking a decade at this point or more. So it's a lot to clean. It's a lot to clean and it's dusty. But it's also really rewarding. But yeah, I hope you get a good rest from all the cleaning. Like it's like the deep cleans, man, there's a fucking different beast from the routine stuff. The routine stuff, it takes energy as well, but like deep cleans feel like a full body workout. And not too big a fan of the shape of her leg. Maybe I've spent too long looking at line art and I'm getting really like it's getting really rough because I've worked it too much now, maybe. Deep cleaning's kind of what you were doing. If you count shampooing carpets, ooh, I, I guess it's not one of the routine things, no. At least not like a very frequent kind of cleaning. I've not had carpets before. Okay. I don't have full floor carpets. I don't have full floor carpets. And even then, we haven't had like rugs or anything for a long time. I can't speak to the amount of energy it takes to clean carpets, but man, if videos I've watched are anything to base off of, it is quite a bit of work, so I count it. I count it as deep cleaning. It's not the usual vacuuming or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with her legs right now. Something like this. I'll draw them both. I'll draw them both in, and then I'll see. You and your total shampoo the carpets. Okay, I can take from that it's not a fun experience. I the logistics of it, man. I feel like 1 minute. You did get paid from it though, so you get to get a cool adult health. Fucking yeah, let's go. Man, I was just thinking, I don't think I've ever lived in a house with like full floor carpets. My family has always been like solid flooring, if that makes sense. Full solid flooring fans. Usually tile, some laminated wood. Right now it's laminated wood, but through most of my life it was tile. It's just way easier to clean for us. I think especially, I don't know if this matters, but because Singapore is so humid, I feel like carpets are really difficult to clean and like maintain in a humid climate. Like, if you're not careful, I think because it's so humid, mold grows very easily. And I feel like more carpets may trap moisture, so inaccessible parts of the house that you don't get to air out or hit sun might get moldy. I don't know. That's what my mom used to claim. I don't know if that's how it works. I definitely get it. When we were smaller, when there were children in the house, you don't want mess makers to be making mess on something that's so difficult to clean. You got carpet and tiles and wood. Ren- Renovating the floor slowly. I see. I see. Yeah, that's all the floor types you can get there. Yeah. Okay. I really like tile floors. I don't know. Super easy to clean, but they are God, sounds so fucking Asian. Yeah, they're not the prettiest, but they're a lot easier to clean. But sometimes if they chip or anything, then it becomes really annoying to fix. And it like you could get injured from like chip tiles and stuff, right? If it's like a wood laminate and it just peels out the side, you can stick it back quite like decently. Okay, okay. I think these legs are done. I think the legs are done. Oh my god, proportionally it looks fucking silly though. It looks uh let me erase the excess bits and then we'll see what that looks like. Hold on, let me okay, I just think it's because of the position where they looked a bit silly. I think if I bring them down a little bit more, it should be fine. Okay, thanks for the alert. Ah, it's really the right leg that's uh been giving me trouble with this pose. If we make it something that point forward instead of to the side, that may help. Hmm. Oh man. Legs. Chibi legs, chibi legs, chibi legs. They are difficult. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly redraw. Okay. Imagine, imagine that's what it looks like. Okay, the angle's still off. Okay, then so what if I go with the standing? With a sort of like one leg off the ground kind of look still. Ah, huh. Something like this, maybe? I don't know. I don't know why I started drawing chibi legs like that. When I kind of draw their fingers, and then I have zero definition in their legs. Let's switch it up. I feel like it's not been gelling for me recently. Maybe I could finally switch it and make it slightly more defined. That may help me, that may help me. The way I've been doodling legs though has been okay. Okay, I think it's because the chibi bodies are so squished proportionally, they end up really like chubby. Imagine it's like at least just having a bit of definition to the foot definitely helps, I think. Um, yeah, okay. Hmm, hmm. Still not fully there, still not fully what I wanted. No, that's not it. That's not the right shape. That's not the shape I wanted. Such a pain. I think I'm going to have to stop this chibi for the day. I think I need to take a step back from it and then see tomorrow or something later tonight with fresh eyes what can be improved. I think I'm gonna work a little bit on Letty's piece before we end stream. Yeah. I'll probably stay for an hour more or so before I have some other non-art stuff I gotta do. If oh god, let me just if I've got a meeting at 6:30, I'm going to be so mad. We said that a while ago, but no one confirmed it, and if it's real and I'm expected to be there, I'm not going to be happy. Well, we live with it, we live with it. Am I checking messages, boy? I'm checking messages. Did I miss anything? Did I miss something? I'm not checking Discord, I'm checking the one that all my schoolmates message on the Telegram. No one said anything about a meeting, so if someone fucking pops up at 6:30 with a Zoom link, I'm going to be so mad. School, yeah. School, school, censor. I really want to get the lineup done for this, though. Really, really want to try and straight up finish this whole piece today. I actually want to do that. I really want to do that. Maybe not the coloring, actually. That's too ambitious. I think I'll need to take a break from it. But, like, it's been a long time since I started and finished a single piece within a day, and I feel like I'd be kind of happy if I did in like an hour's time. Actually, that'd be a good goal. 1 hour, finish this piece, finish this, finish this. Yes, that's actually so fire. Okay, so let me go back to the critical lens on this, right? Suppose right now, her upper body is completely it's mostly stiff out, right? It's mostly stiff out. Thanks, Lynn, for the yippee. Okay. I It's mostly stiff like that. What I want is a sense of movement from the pose. What I might have edited away is that her hands started out at a slightly uneven level. We could put that back in. Right? So it's lifted on one side, slightly lowered on the other. We will have to trim the ends of her hair over here. I may go back and fix some of the lines that look messy together. Okay. Yeah, this arm looks fine. It's just minor adjustments to the ankle it's positioned in. So it's just very slightly off. You're pretty fast with art, so if it takes more than 1 to 2 hours, you're kind of crying. Damn. Okay, I know. I've been looked in that one stream. You are so fast with art. I respect it so much. I've gotten slower and slower through the years as I have more things that I'm thinking of at once. My average, I think it's like 6 hours, if not more, depending on what I'm drawing. Sometimes I can fucking speedrun shit in an hour, like colored sketch stuff, but that's if I really, really just do not care and shortcut my way through it. Otherwise, the average is around 6 hours, I feel. Yeah. Okay. Back to the critical lens on things, right? Okay. I wanted her hip to be kind of raised like that. So we'll puff up the skirt on that side of the body. That's why this leg was like here, and this one was like that. Okay. Actually, I realized what may be wrong is I want this leg to be a bit foreshortened. Chibi-ish as it is, it can be foreshortened. You low-key feel bad, you speedrun it, but you don't know how else to draw, that's your process. Yeah, it's fine. It is your process. I don't know. Maybe you get lines down fast, you color fast, you put down base color fast, whatever it is in your process. Something sped up for you where other people may have hit a choke point and stuff. Either choke point or where they just, in general, may spend more time deliberating on things. I know I spend fucking ages on lineup all the time because I cannot decide on whether or not a line actually looks good. But it is your process and there's no right or wrong approach to art, I feel. So yeah, no reason to feel bad about it. Conversely, I feel kind of bad that my art takes really long to do, but it's not. It's bad in a way where I want to be faster, and that's where my frustrations come from because I used to be a lot faster, even with things like lineup. No, in fact, I'd say my sketching has gotten miles faster. So has my coloring. It's my lineup that's still the same speed as like, or worse than in the past. You have the bucket with ball mentality. Don't like it, delete and start something else. Speed probably comes in time. The thing is, I've gotten slower the longer I've been getting slower throughout the amount of time I've drawn. But I kind of know why it is. It's because I'm a lot more conscious about the decisions I make in art, and I'm a lot more particular about accuracy for certain things. And that's why it takes so long. But I also know that that's not the end all be all to art, and things can look good even if it's not accurate. So I end up redoing shit all the time, just cause I don't like something's inconsistent and I don't like it, shit like that. Yeah. It's a constant overcorrection that is quite a bad habit I want to kick. Okay, this works. To be fair, I'm also pretty good at deleting things and starting over again. It's just, yeah, the overcorrection. Hmm. Codex was very fast when I started. Me too, actually. Me too. Same thing. When I started out, things really never took more than 3 hours either. I'd say I could finish things in like 30 minutes, an hour, one sitting basically. I finished all my drawings within one sitting. And one sitting meant a couple hours max, or like 3 hours max if it was a big piece. When I was younger, the biggest piece I ever drew took me like 2 days, and that's cause it had 7 characters in it. And Coco says, slower now, probably because you're improving, but you're still fast because there are things you know are wrong, but not sure how to fix them. I see. That's true. I know when I started out, I was very fast because there were just a lot of mistakes I don't catch or catch but do not bother to fix. I draw hands like shit. I'm like, well, I don't care. I just keep barreling through it. Now I'm at, yeah, at a point where I'm trying very hard to make things accurate and consistent. which means I correct things not just based off of like anatomical accuracy, but also things like whether or not the line weight is consistent with the rest of the piece, whether or not I like the angle that it's at, whether like you can see me now fucking struggling to draw a sock because I'm considering that the shape of her leg basically as a cylinder. Even though it's small things I don't think anyone would notice, and if they notice would give a shit about. Estelle's usually slow, but I wish she was faster. Yeah, I think faster tends to be the goal for a lot of people sometimes. Right now you're a face of being disappointed in your art. Oh no. Okay, I think that's very natural. It sucks to hear, but there's what's it? We gonna sketch it out. Also, Lynn says gonna need the brush that I'm using. I'm using the Supreme pencil. Okay, let me just put it out here, right? So Supreme. I can drop a link to it in Discord later, but if you are on Clip Studio Paint and you just want to look it up right now, I think that's what it's called. But it should be named the same thing in the store. Artist perceiving graph? Yeah. Like is this thing where I don't know if these are the right axes. I don't think these are the right axes. Hold on. I think I've talked about this on stream before because I've realized it's very true about any skill you're learning. Where you start off, I cannot fucking draw a graph. This might have been the right one, but like you start off not being conscious and not being competent, unconscious. Okay, subconsciously incompetent. You don't realize that you're bad when you're just starting out sometimes, and you're like, yeah, I'm great, I'm great, I'm great. But then as your skill improves, you get bored. It goes up, but then now you are conscious that you are in some ways incompetent. So you know where your flaws are, but you may not be at a skill level to improve yet. You just kind of know that you do have some flaws. There's some dips here and there, whatever. It's never a straight. It's not linear. It's not going to be this. It's not going to be this. It goes up and down, and then you get like yeah, unconscious competence, whatever, something like whatever, where you're getting really good, but you don't realize you're good. You're still. Oh, sorry, Twitch ads have started. My bad. I didn't catch that. Let me know if you're stuck in ads. But yeah. And then you get conscious competence, something like that. It's a very natural progression of art to be disappointed in your art because it happens to me all the time as well. I am yeah. It's very natural. It can get discouraging, but it is something that can be overcome. I feel with like targeted practicing. And yeah, putting the visual into visual art, using the visual in visual art and getting better at observing not just your own art, but art that you like and what you like about it. And yeah, being targeted in how you practice. I think every single time now I've okay, every now and then I get disappointed in my art quite badly and I have a huge style shift because I start just studying new styles and shit. So it happens. Other times actually, I've had a huge style shift. I've gone back to drawing very anime style art. For a period of time I was very conscious about um self-conscious about drawing things in anime art styles. I wanted an art style that like set me apart from the crowd. Something, something, something. What was it? I felt that the way I drew anime faces just wasn't expressive, and I wanted something more semi-realistic. And to a certain degree, I still use that style quite a lot, right? If you see my art style fights, especially when it comes to characters where they have facial features like noses and stuff, which are quite important to get like the shape of them correct, because it adds a lot to the character's appearance. I still use the bust out the what's that word, semi-realistic style, and that's helped me a lot, realizing that I can have multiple art styles at one time, and I just use them for different reasons. And there's no one art style that's inherently bad or one that's good. It's just what's good for the purpose that I'm drawing them for. I'll come back from ads, everyone. I'm talking about art style now. If you may have been trapped in ad jail. I was just thinking, for a period of time, I avoided drawing anime style art because I thought I couldn't draw it expressive. I couldn't make it unique. I wanted something semi-realistic, and then it would look better in comics. Because I wanted to draw comics, not manga. Stuff like that. Uh, I've gotten a lot better at. A lot more secure about the way I draw naturally. I draw many different ways naturally, depending on the situation I'm in. And that's simply the natural state of my art style. And I feel like for a lot of people who just begun drawing art, they put a lot of emphasis into art style and finding their art style. And unfortunately, it's one of those things that just kind of comes with experimentation and figuring out finally like what works for you. Because there have been many times where I've tried to force out an art style that looked good initially, but it became something very unsustainable because it just wasn't how I drew naturally. So then the more I drew, the stiffer it looked, the more forced it got. Creative cycle self-evaluation? Yes! Yes, thank you, Buck. That is what I was badly trying to explain. Thank you so much. Lovely. Exactly, thank you. If you're worried about improvement, cycle of getting good and setting your sights even higher. Exactly. Yeah. That's a good read. I read it. I haven't read this particular version of it, I think, but looking at the graph, it's very much in line with what I was thinking. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. You're constantly improving, you're constantly expecting yourself to be able to do better. Sometimes you can't achieve that, and it's discouraging. It's natural. And I feel like having drawn for so many years, it gives me a lot of lived experience to talk about and a lot of examples from the past where I tried to force out art styles that just weren't natural for me. And I kept pushing it and it never worked out. And just learning to let go and embrace how I draw naturally. And let my influences influence me. Alas, I do follow a lot of anime and manga artists and I learn from them. There's nothing wrong with that. I quite like how the lids look now. It's just something over here that's a bit a bit bothering me. I also, okay, I'm just gonna change up the angle of this part of the skirt. I want to avoid any lines that look like they are a continuation of a sock. Because when this is printed out as a sticker, and we remember that, remember this is going to be printed out and smaller, any strange lines can get misread quite easily at a small size. Naturally, your eyes observe better than your hands can draw. I think so too. I think so too. Because we can all see like we can all have a reference image and we can see what it looks like, and we can logically think that let's say part A connects to part B, but then when we draw it out, it doesn't always translate. You can perceive how things are proportional, how like sizes are proportional in relation to each other, but it's difficult to translate that onto pen and paper or onto screen. I guess I'm kind of at a point where I can both observe and correct things that are wrong, and I've also got the energy and will to correct stuff like that, which is why it's taking me so long. That being said, I think I'm almost done with the lineup now, for real, for real. On God, for real. I think I'm a bit tired, so I'm gonna do the base colors of this, and I think we're gonna call it a stream after that. Yeah. So we'll probably be here till 7 p.m. And I'll probably finish the rest of these colors off stream. If not, just for a little bit at the start of next stream, which will be tomorrow. Because now my biggest, most pressing schoolwork thing rests in the hands of 3 people that we're going to interview next week. And there's nothing we can do about it until then. I'm not even kidding. Literally, all we've left to do for this one project is primary data gathering before we can write the 3,000 word report that hinges on it. So, haha. Haha. It's the calm before the storm, basically, and I'm just going to enjoy the time before all the bullshit kicks in. Hmm. Okay. Some small bits of lineup that needs correcting. Then I guess off stream I'll work on the Halloween. Your character here, I'll work on Letty's piece. But I slowly figure out the anatomy of her arm specifically. I may start on the rough shapes for the background for that today if I'm fast about it. Which I may be because I've got a meeting pushback, so that's literally all I plan on doing today, if not streaming. Okay, no reply. No Zoom link, no Zoom link. I'm holding out until 3:40. If I don't get the Zoom link by 3:40, I can quite safely say there's no meeting. I'm living life on the edge. Gonna get ready for bed? Okay. Thank you, Bob, for dropping by. I hope you have a good sleep. When Kokone, so you can watch Kokone after I finish Letty's commission. So that's... I'm not too sure when I'll be done with Letty's com. It'll probably be November by then. It'll probably be November. But you'll know when I start working on Coco. You'll know. Right now I'm juggling oh god, I may have to start deprioritizing not deprioritizing. I may invest a bit less time in commissions in November, unfortunately. I'll let everyone who has me in waitlist know. I think you guys may all be in chat right now actually. November I may take a lot more time on commissions because schoolwork will be amping up again. It'll be finals soon. And also I need to con crunch. I didn't consider con crunch when I accepted the waitlist stuff. Is that a drawing emote? That's so cute. Oh my god. Is that an axolotl drawing? It Yes, noted. Oh, that's such a cute emote. Holy shit. Noted, noted emote, noted things. Another lotto? Yeah, I love it. Genuinely, such a useful emote as well. Yeah. Con Crunch. I didn't consider Con Crunch. I forgot because okay, I have a lot of merch stock from the previous con. So I was like, oh yeah, Crunch won't be as bad this time. And then I remember there's so many things I wanted to do. I may have to give up on the Ace Attorney charms this con potentially if the suppliers take a while to get back to me, or if they project that it will take them a while to produce. So I'll see about that. Not a lot. To be fair, I can spend December con crunching things that need to be produced in Singapore, because those delivery times will be negligible once they're done with production. So and stuff like prints, I tend to get them printed in small quantities at local shops where I can drop by in person and collect it in the same afternoon. So um, to be fair, I don't think I'm gonna make that many prints this time around. Probably just some Yari and Yuri ones. I feel like prints don't end up selling. Prints haven't been selling super well in Singapore because people don't have wall space for them, right? So yeah, I'm just gonna do the ship ones that people have actively said that they want the prints of. And even then, I won't put that much weight into it. I've learned time and time again that people can say they want something and then they won't act on it, right? They can say they want you to hold an event and then they won't show up. I'm talking about something IRL that me and my friends went through a while ago. They can say they want this into a print and they won't buy it. I still don't know how to gauge market interest properly because I'm working with very small, very niche audiences and a very subjective thing, which is art. So eventually, I hope I get better at gauging interest in a market. Um, Fucking impossible. Let's be real. If there's anything we've learned from global art markets, fine arts, and stuff like video games, merchandise, movies, it's stuff tends to be very unpredictable in the arts. So we just have to make educated guesses. Oops. Okay. I'll do her hair. Okay. We are gonna I'm gonna paint it in green first, cause it's gonna there's gonna be bits of it that conflict with the lineup. And bright yellow it won't show obviously with the base, so white green first. Okay, I think that's the gaps and stuff should be fixed. We'll do the whites, we'll also do the whites in green. Because once again, it's something that has little contrast with the skin color, so we'll need to be able to see it better. And here. Then we'll do the blacks in the black dress. That's the only part, right? Because her shoes will be dark brown. Yeah, I'm just gonna selection tool these bits, cause okay, okay, okay. There's just a few gaps we need to fill in around the edges. And then the ribs. We're gonna use the same color as her eyes for the ribbons. Yeah, okay. And wait, let me see if there's a cooler red. I could just cure it. Ooh. Oops. This really dark red kind of fucking fire as well, actually. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Ooh, it's good. Then it brings her back to the original vibrance of the, like the vibrance that the original design had. You'll probably have to make it cooler toned in all of the shading, and we'll keep that in mind. But yeah, before we go, and we'll go before 7 p.m., I'm gonna just color in her eyes because I really like coloring eyes. Her legs still look too small, but I'm going to strap my okay. If I try to edit her legs again, okay, I'm going to allow myself this. I'm going to allow myself to edit the sock height because I only just noticed that the socks are different heights, and it's very obvious in relation to the tip of the shoe. But if I try to adjust the proportions of her legs again, which are genuinely fine, I think I'm just going insane from having looked at this for the whole day. I will electrocute myself or something. I don't have a shock collar. I should have a shock collar for when I work on art too much, even though it's already okay. Coach says, I love how her personality is showing through in the chibi. Yeah, that's something that I really wanted to correct from the first one as well. She's kind of like a creepy, cute character in a way, and I tried to go for creepy, cute in the first one. Didn't really achieve it. She's just kind of standing there. At least here she looks a bit more mischievous, which she is. She's also stupid, which you don't see here, but you can see she's got devious intent in her eyes. You should give her fangs, actually. I feel like fans draw her a lot with fangs, and it's super cute. Yeah, fangs. Is that surprise face in reply to the comment about having a shock collar? Oh, it looks good. It does. I like it with the fangs. It suits her so well. She's what did I what layer did I draw it on? What layer did I draw it on her body? Sure. Fine. Hold on. Let me rectify that. Yes, the collar. I don't know. I need something. I need like some kind of, like when they spray animals with water to get them to refrain from bad habits. I need something like that for myself. You shouldn't be spraying water at animals, by the way. They cannot generally differentiate right from wrong, so they just think you're being a piece of shit. I, however, understand what I'm doing and I just need to shock myself. Thanks? Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Doge Master. I'm quite happy with this. Let me color in her eyes and we'll call it a day. Let's go back to the other document where we can see how simply I colored in everyone else's eyes. Thing is, I really like painting complex eyes, but I forgot when I was doing this last time round that it's going to be printed as a sticker. When you zoom out, you're not going to see a lot. I think I still like the ring of lights around her eyes, but overall, we're going to have to keep the detail within it a lot simpler so that it doesn't become too it doesn't end up so messy that it looks muddy when it's printed out, basically. Not muddy, but like cluttered. And you can't make sense of the fonts inside. Yeah, that's something else. Form, that's okay. That's a good way to describe a lot of the things that I find important, like the shape, clarity, stuff like that, can all be related back to form. Yeah. I so need to do a tutorial video one day on incorporating and remembering the basic elements of art. We're gonna make our pupils just a bit darker, so it comes up, it pops a lot more. I'm still gonna give her the second layer for the highlights, cause like how it looked. Yeah, a nice orange. I love painting red eyes so much. I love the way orange and yellow end up looking like highlights in red eyes. I think it's so cool. She is still staring straight into your soul, but it feels less creepy, but like not in a bad way, despite the fact that she's a slightly creepy character. Estelle stare, yeah. I'm gonna put more yellow highlights in the right parts here and slightly darker yellow highlights up here. I like it. It's giving her a lot of fire. I may have overdone it, but I can come back and correct it. When I'm done with the shading, I need to make sure that this fits and this isn't overdone. But I think it looks good. One more thing that I like to do before I finish this, I like to give the characters a little bit of blush. I don't know why, but blush and coloring in the pupils helps characters feel really lively in a way. So yeah. Okay. God, okay. One last thing before I pop up. Pop off, not in like a hype sense. Pop off stream. I just want to make the inside of her mouth a bit more vibrant. Just so it's got more contrast with her skin tone. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good. I really like how this is turned out. I'm very happy that all of the things that I wanted to achieve, okay, with this drawing. Not today. I didn't get to touch on Letty's commission that much. But I think I'm going in a really good direction for the arm. I got some work done on her skirt. We're going in good directions everywhere. But more importantly, the edits that I wanted to make to this chibi have been done really successfully. I cannot help myself. I'm just gonna see what happens if I pitch the hue of her hair just a little bit to the orangish side. Just a little bit. It's still going to be a bright yellow, just less new, like, yeah, less mid dead center yellow. I feel like it's a very minor difference, but I like it. I like it. I cannot tell if there's been a real difference or if I'm going insane. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I'm happy with what we've achieved today. I'm really happy all of you joined us today. I know who I'm rating out to. Do you know? It's not the genuinely zero prizes for guessing. It's Okena. Okena may be listening to me. Yeah, we saying hi to Okena. We are finally, after months of streaming, peer pressured from Okena ways, we are finally rating Okena. Because our times the times that we are most productive at streaming never align. The times we have aligned, we fucking collaborated. Unplanned. So finally, she started streaming Star Rail earlier today, and I'm ending within reasonable hours. Yeah, let's go say hi to Okena. Get that raid message copied, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I had a very, very good time. We were productive. You guys gave me great insights. Yeah, God bless. Let's fucking go. And I'll see you all tomorrow, actually. I'll continue drawing Letty, and I may be coloring this or not. So thank you so much, and I'll see you again. Bye-bye. Let's go say hi to Okena.